ways to shop to lower your grocery bill. Ashley is back with a look at your full forecast in just a few moments. Keep it here and go Lions.
From downtown Detroit, Local 4 Live starts right now.
And welcome back to Local 4 Live. I'm Priya Mann in for Nick Monticelli this morning. Metro Detroit is getting ready for a Monday night football duel. The Lions and Bucks are getting ready to battle at Ford Field. One of the Lions' 2 losses last year was to the Bucks at home. And the Bucks enter red hot with the best record in the NFC at 5-1. The Lions will be without most of its starting secondary for the game. Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, and Terrion Arnold all out. Dan Campbell says the team is looking to prove something amid the injuries.
You know, we got a good group of guys. They're competitive. They're a resilient group. They know how to overcome adversity. They don't like losing. And they go back to work to fix the things that need to be fixed. You know, we got a couple of things to clean up, and we're going to clean them up this week. So it's our players, man. Coaches do a hell of a job, too.
Feels like we've given them a good punch, and they've given us a good punch. We've kind of gone back and forth in that way, and I think a lot of who they are is a lot of who we want to be, too. And again, I'd hope they'd say the same thing about the respect they have for us, the respect we have for their team, how hard they play, how well they're coached, the whole thing.
It's always a challenge, especially with this team. They got a talented roster, and we're going to have to be ready to go. And I think their quarterback's playing at a really high level right now, so it's going to be I got our work cut out for us for sure.
And kickoff for the game is tonight at 7. We, of course, will have the highlights tomorrow morning. And go Lions. Well, we know how loud Ford Field can get during Lions games, and it can be tough for some fans who deal with autism, ADHD, sensory sensitivities, and anxiety. But you may not know the stadium has a sensory room for fans to get away and just take a breath. We will have more with Maggie Moore, the executive director of the Hope Network Center for Autism, and she staffs the room each game alongside a team of trained volunteers. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, why don't we first start with, if you've been to Ford Field, you know just how loud it can get there. I have sometimes wondered, if you get overwhelmed, What can you do? You guys have a solution.
We do. We do. You just have to find a guest service staff and they will bring you to the sensory room. It is a nice, quiet space for anybody to calm down.
And talk to us a little bit about the reason why. I know we've seen similar rooms in different stadiums or different places like concert venues as well. What was kind of the thought process to get this room up and running?
You know, part of my thought process is I work with children with autism, and I have a son with autism, and so my team and Eddie Murray, the old Lions kicker, he works for Hope Network, and we went to the Lions and asked for the sensory room along with some other partners, and they also have family and friends that have a desire to provide more sensory friendly spaces so that our family and friends can go and enjoy those spaces just like everybody else.
And how does that make you feel to have a room like this so that your son, you know, as a parent with a child with autism or other parents, maybe you have autism yourself, that there is a space for you to be able to just kind of just relax a little bit, but you can also still take part in the festivities. What's that like for you?
It's really reassuring. It gives me the feeling that I can go and try, and we can go and try. And if we're struggling, we can always go and have a safe space to reset, and we can, try and reset and reevaluate if we want to go back or if we want to stay. Kind of it helps you decide kind of what to do and make your next best step. And if you're going to spend a ton of money on whether you're going to a concert or whether you're going to a game or Monster Jam or Supercross, it's really nice to have knowing that there's a safe space to go and figure out if you're able to make it through the rest of the game.
For folks who may not understand what it is like for somebody on the spectrum, can you walk us through a little bit of what you have seen? What is it like when the concert or the game is going, the lights are going, the music is loud, the sounds are loud? What is it like for folks who are on the spectrum?
I will speak from the experience of watching those around me. There's a lot of times an expression of the lights are too bright, the sounds are too loud, there's too many people. It's just it becomes very stressful and overwhelming, and really just that need to take a moment away, and coming to a safe, quiet space will help them reevaluate whether or not they want to go and try. And we do have many individuals come and visit us in the sensory room, and they will get their self together, and they will have some time to calm down and play, and then they'll go back out and enjoy the rest of the game, or they'll decide that we're not ready to do this yet.
But the most important thing I heard you say is that at least you can try. At least you can give it a shot, right? When it comes to the room itself, I mean, how many people are allowed? Like, what's the max occupancy? Because I would imagine that you also want to keep that space as a safe space for folks. If it gets too crowded, it might defeat the purpose, I'm assuming.
So it's a room within a room. And so people are brought to the room, and when we've had too many groups of people come all around the same time, we've done kind of triaging of saying like hey we have these other tables out here, we can bring some toys out, and trying to just really help manage the individuals that need the support. When there's good loud noises at the stadium, when it gets kind of wild sometimes.
I mean, sometimes
so it is helpful.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the Lions are asking you to be loud, right, to get those decibel numbers up. Is this something you could have envisioned 10, 15 years ago? Or do you think that, just as a society, we are becoming more aware and more inclusive of, people who are on the spectrum and might have different needs?
Yeah, I would say that as a society, we're becoming more inclusive and more accepting and helping to accommodate many people.
That's awesome. And finally, if parents, can you give us a sense of where the room is? Like logistically, I know you said you should ask for help, but is there anything parents need to know that might help them in that stressful moment?
So there is a guest service number that you can text. It is on the app, and you can also, click on the app and say, hey, I'm at this area. I need help getting to the sensory room. Or you can go down to the guest service staff. Either way, they will get you to the sensory room.
And, finally, last question. When you've seen kids go in there, what is the impact you've seen? Is it almost immediate?
It depends. I've seen a lot of immediate, calming, immediate, like sometimes it takes them a while. And sometimes, they'll ask for us we have, the lights are a little bit, they're covered, and so they're not as bright. But there are times where like, hey, can we just turn off the lights? And it's like, if you're the only one in here, yes, we can turn off the lights and leave a lamp on.
Wow.
It really depends on the individual, and it's different for everyone. But I will say that I see a lot of relief, not only from the individuals that are coming, but those that are with them that are also stressed because their friend or their family member is stressed out.
And you don't want to see that for sure. So if there is a safe space that you can go, and again, as you mentioned, try it out, that is an incredible space for these young people. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. And obviously, having the courage to come forward and be like, hey, is this an idea you'd consider? And sounds like they went with it. So kudos to you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the gridlock on Capitol Hill is reaching its third week. What lawmakers say is stretching out this standoff in the government shutdown. We'll have details on that. You're taking a live look at Washington. We'll be back in just a moment. Let's head to the Middle East with a live look at Jerusalem. Israel and Hamas are accusing each other of violating the ceasefire agreement. Israel launched deadly airstrikes on southern Gaza Sunday morning after alleging Hamas attacked its forces in the Rafah area. As Alice Barr explains, Hamas says they have no knowledge of any clashes.
This morning, aid trucks at the Gaza border, as Israel says deliveries of life-saving supplies resumed today and that its forces are once again enforcing the ceasefire that President Trump said is still in effect. Yes. The fragile agreement facing a major test over the weekend when the Israeli military launched a wave of deadly strikes and paused aid transfers after accusing Hamas militants of killing 2 soldiers. President Trump citing internal divisions within Hamas.
We think maybe the leadership isn't involved in that, some rebels within, but either way it's going to be handled properly.
While underscoring that Hamas must disarm as required in the peace deal he brokered.
If we have to, we'll disarm
the U.S.
Well, whether it's me or the U.S. or it's, a proxy, could be Israel, with our backing, we won't have boots on the ground. There's no reason to.
Vice President Vance offering more specifics.
That's going to require, as we know, some of these Gulf Arab states to get forces in there to actually apply some law and order and some security keeping on the ground.
The president's son-in-law, a key negotiator in the deal, zeroing in on governing Gaza.
The success or failure of this will be if Israel and this international mechanism is able to create a viable alternative. If they are successful, Hamas will fail, and Gaza will not be a threat to Israel in the future.
As the region and the world hope peace will hold. Today, President Trump hosts the Australian Prime Minister at the White House to talk trade and security as the allies look to counter China's growing influence. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
All right, thank you, Alice. And the government shutdown is now entering week 3 as we take you live to the U.S. Capitol. Today, there will be another round of voting from the Senate. That GOP spending bill has already failed 10 times since the shutdown 19 days ago. This is now the 3rd longest shutdown in U.S. history, and both sides still aren't closing the gap. Republicans looking to pass a short-term spending bill that keeps the government open until November. Democrats want to extend health care subsidies to avoid sharp insurance hikes. But Republicans are accusing Democrats of playing politics.
No, it is not. But I refuse to allow us to come back and engage in anything until the government's reopened, when the Democrats do the right thing for the people. They're playing politics, and we have to use every ounce of leverage we have to make sure they do the right thing. They have literally chosen, this is a true statement, you think about it, look at their votes and their actions. They have chosen restoring benefits by taxpayers to illegal aliens over paying our troops and our Border Patrol agents and TSA and all the rest. It's unconscionable.
I mean, we will get out of this shutdown within a matter of days or hours once the president engages. We all have to come together on this, Democrats and Republicans, House, Senate, and the White House. The president can't say, I will dictate terms that you have to follow. And so the way we've avoided shutdowns in the past, and the way we got out of the shutdown that President Trump forced us into in 2019, was the president engages and we find a path forward. If he will engage, we'll find a path forward.
Well, crossing the finish line of any race is a big deal. Well, we'll introduce you to the runner who took home the gold from the Detroit Free Press Marathon. And congratulations to everyone who braved the rain and the winds yesterday. But look, Mother Nature painting a beautiful picture today, just in time for the Lions taking on the Bucks tonight at Ford Field. We'll be hearing from our gold medalists coming up. We are taking a live look at downtown Detroit, where yesterday runners from across the world came together for the Detroit Free Press Marathon. More than 26,000 people registered for the weekend's races, and the course goes through Detroit into Windsor, running across the Ambassador Bridge and through the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel. We talked to the female half marathon winner and the winner of the full marathon, now a back-to-back champ.
I mean, I was honestly not sure how this race was going to go with the weather today, so it felt really good to come in strong and pull off a race that I'm proud of.
All I could think about was my wife and son, and just knowing if I can hold on, this is the moment.
So inspiring. And, you know, people came together to cheer on the runners throughout the entire course, and it kind of got cold for them if you weren't running. Plus, USA Today readers named the Detroit Free Press Marathon the best marathon in the country. And I think we can agree with that poll, right?
Yeah.
One of the best.
That's so cool.
And to cross, you know, into Canada,
Exactly.
and then an underwater mile going through the tunnel.
Yeah, how many places can, you know, brag about that?
Right.
Yeah, no, very neat.
We were a little worried about the weather, but you know what? It's a great story.
Well, I was going to say maybe the under the water one, like gave you the break from the rain, right?
But you knew what you were expecting on the way out.
Yeah.
But you know what? The clouds dissipated, the rain faded away, and then it turned into a beautiful day. And today's a repeat. It's going to be great out there.
Yeah, sunshine. We're holding on to seasonal 60s, and so a very nice start to the work week. Right now, a little cooler because we don't have that cloud cover that you know we had yesterday morning. So we are starting the day more than 20 degrees cooler across town. 37 right now in Ann Arbor, and we have 40 for most of the suburbs, and satellite radar showing that all that rain that we had yesterday now well off to the east, and so crossing over Lake Erie, pushing into the New England region, and so we'll have clear skies for today. 63 for the afternoon high. So you want the sunglasses as you head out and about, and if you are tailgating tonight, talk about beautiful football tailgating weather. Clear skies, low 60s for tailgating outside of Ford Field for Monday Night Football. It will be in the low 50s by game's end, and still dry, so you don't need to take the rain gear if you're going to be in downtown Detroit. Whether you're tailgating or leaving the stadium or the arena, whatever you want to do, or Ford Field, I guess I should say.
Yeah,
Stadium,
but it all works. We're going to win.
Yeah,
so.
That's right. That's all that matters. High temperature forecast. So we go from low 60s to low 50s within the next 48 hours. And so here's a look at the hour by hour and how the next rain chance kind of pans out. So we have pretty much dry conditions, and then we get the rain that rolls in before daybreak tomorrow. So this is a little snapshot around 5. It will push eastward, so it passes everyone and mostly out of here by about 9 a.m. So that impacts the morning drive come tomorrow, where we'll have the rain coming down. Little lull and then some scattered rain chances redevelop into the afternoon and evening, in which there will be some folks that will likely drive through the rain in the morning to work and drive through it coming home from work, though it's not quite as widespread and steady. It'll be more of that scattered variety. So here's a more broad view where I'm kind of illustrating the fronts for you. You see what we'd call the mechanisms to create the rain. So that cold front sweeps through in the morning. That's the first round. Now we're on the south end of that low pressure system up into Canada. That brings the instability and the rain as we get in the second part of your Tuesday. Then as that low drops and it brings that trough with it, more instability, so some more rain in the forecast for Wednesday. Pushes off to the east Wednesday night, but you might get a remnant shower early Thursday before we do dry things out. But we'll be dry for Saturday, which that's a big day in Michigan. It's our in-state rivalry, Michigan State, playing in East Lansing this year with a 7:30 kickoff. And you can plan for 50s when
we're getting feedback.
I'm like God in here.
You are.
No.
You're the voice of God right now. Okay, we're back.
Okay, so 50s in the forecast for your tailgating, and then we'll be falling into the 40s throughout the game. So you want to make sure that you bundle up. It'll be cooler. 11 days until Halloween. So we are counting them down and looking ahead to our temperature outlook, where we will be trending above average, at least with Climate Prediction Center's outlook, but possibly above average with precip. Now that's an overall outlook through the early part of November. So you still could have a day or two that's a little bit off from that, but we're keeping a close eye on it for those trick-or-treaters. We fall out of the 60s and the 50s by Wednesday, and we take those 50s into the upcoming weekend.
You know, so many trick-or-treating nights. I just remember arguing with my parents about, guys, I don't want to wear the jacket. And they're like, no, you really need to. It's cold out there.
I know. I remember years dodging snowflakes.
Right?
You know,
Yes.
So yeah, if we could just keep it dry, and you know, seasonal is all we ask for.
Exactly.
You know, we're not asking for an 80-degree day.
Right.
Seasonal. We can handle it.
Exactly. We're Michiganders. We know what's up.
But we know anything can happen on Halloween.
That is true. Thanks, Ashley. Well, still ahead, Local 4 gets involved after An Oakland County businesswoman says Meta shut down her Facebook and Instagram accounts for a bogus reason. And we're finding out how this is happening actually to a lot of people and what might be the reason behind it. We'll have that coming up. A West Bloomfield business owner is able to use her social media accounts again after she was locked out of her Instagram and Facebook accounts when Meta accused her of child sexual exploitation. But the accusations were false, and within 24 hours of Local 4 getting involved, her accounts were back online. Lauren Kostick shows us how it all happened.
Well, this was a bizarre story. We had to email Meta several times, not really getting any answers. Then just like that, her accounts were back.
There it is. Everything seems to all be there, so...
At first, Ching Tan thought she was hallucinating, calling family to check if it was real.
Thank you so much. Oh my God. I was sleeping in with a smile last night. I was like, yes, I don't have to worry about it. You know?
The West Bloomfield small business owner designs beautiful floral arrangements and invites, locked out of her Instagram and Facebook accounts for months after an AI glitch accidentally flagged her account.
Yeah, 4 months. It's just not a little inconvenience, it's a lot of inconvenience.
But Thursday, she opened her email to this. Meta writing, "We reviewed your account and found that the activity on it does follow our community standards. Sorry, we got this wrong."
I mean, I understand it's a free app and all that, but still, this is, as a small business owner, this is our livelihood. We rely on this. People rely on this.
And the email from Meta didn't explain what triggered it. The tech giant also didn't give Local 4 an explanation. But many have pointed to Meta's new AI moderation system, with 45,000 people already signing an online petition calling for accountability.
They could take it anytime without warning, without letting you know, just like that. They just turn it off.
Now warning others after months of frustration.
I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you.
And we heard from so many of you saying, "This happened to me too." Just know we heard you and we are not giving up. We will continue to push Meta for answers. Reporting, Lauren Kostick, Local 4.
All right, thank you, Lauren. So glad her account is back up and running. We have more ahead in our next hour of news here on Local 4 Plus. Plus, we'll be getting an update on that Amazon outage that took down major websites and apps overnight. Plus, an animal overcrowding issue in one Macomb County community, how they're working to make sure every animal is cared for, and how you can get involved. And then we're taking tips to help you save at the grocery store, including the areas to avoid inside that could really help you cut back on spending. We'll have that coming up in just a few moments. More news and weather in our next hour. Stay with us.
From downtown Detroit, Local 4 Live starts right now.
And welcome back to Local 4 Live. I'm Priya Mann in for Nick Monticelli. And all week we're focusing on saving you money, starting with your grocery bill. We know it's higher than it's ever been. But did you know that if you stop buying one thing, you could save yourself $1,000 each day? We're going to get to that in we're going to talk about it. It's a wild story as we get a live look at Paris. There's a lot happening. Thieves are stealing priceless jewels from the world-famous Louvre Museum in broad daylight. What we're learning about the investigation, and then we'll introduce you to an 11-year-old racing prodigy who wants to inspire girls all around the world. Well, happening right now, we are talking about the Amazon Web Services shortage. And this was affecting a lot of major websites early this morning. That breaking news coming from overnight. Amazon has said it has fully mitigated the problem that caused worldwide outages for thousands of sites and apps. This disruption hit big names hard. We're talking Amazon, Venmo, Hulu, and Snapchat. Those companies all reported major slowdowns and outages overnight. And it's not just websites. The New York Times says LaGuardia Airport in New York felt the effects as well. Self-check-in kiosks were said to be down and lines were forming. We don't know if that issue has been resolved yet. We've also been checking on a lot of those sites ourselves, and many are working closely to make sure that they are up and running properly. We'll keep you updated throughout the hour. Also happening right now, people are paying their respects to the late Caroline Cheeks Kilpatrick. Of course, she is lying in repose today at the Charles H. Wright Museum, and you're going to have a chance to be able to see her and pay your respects. Of course, Congresswoman Caroline Cheeks Kilpatrick died earlier this month at the age of 80. She was the first black woman on the House Appropriations Committee, serving 14 years in Congress. Her funeral is on Wednesday at noon at the Greater Emmanuel Church of God on the city's west side. An arrest has been made in the shooting of a businessman at his Macomb Township mansion. Video from a neighbor shows the moments deputies carried out a raid on Rivard Avenue in Warren this weekend. Investigators say they arrested a 32-year-old man involved in the attempted murder of gas station owner Eddie Jawad. Security video shows a suspect fired shots into Jawad's SUV in his driveway on 24 Mile Tuesday morning. The sheriff's office has not identified the person arrested and hasn't said how they are involved in the shooting. New details on a deadly plane crash in Bath Township. That's just outside of Lansing. Duncan Aviation says the aircraft was performing a stall test, a routine maintenance check, when it went down last week. 3 people from Mexico, including 2 customer pilots and a Duncan maintenance representative, were killed. First responders say the crash site was in a deeply wooded area that was hard to reach.
It was a very wooded, very secluded area. It was a significant distance off the road. It was not accessible by even 4-wheel drive trucks. We actually had to use saws and manpower to blaze a trail all the way back to even access the site itself.
And the FAA and NTSB are investigating. The city of Warren is asking for help as their animal control officers are being overwhelmed with the number of animals coming in. Their kennels aren't large enough, shelters aren't taking the dogs that they have, and it's truly become a real problem at this overcrowded shelter. Nick Monticelli is in Warren with more.
Good morning. It's kind of difficult to see, but if you look kind of underneath through the garage door area there, underneath the Warren Police Department, the cages, the kennels for these dogs are off on the left-hand side there. The challenge is that A, they don't have enough, and B, they are taking in too many. Animal Control says they are getting up to 6, maybe even 8 dogs every single day.
Hey, Rocky. Hey, buddy. What a good boy.
Rocky is a friendly, energetic pit bull who has been stuck in kennels underneath the Warren Police Department for 7 weeks, found after being neglected.
He was found about 15 pounds underweight in skin and bones.
Today, he is much healthier and lives next to his kennel neighbor, Ace. They were the 2 dogs inside when we visited Warren Animal Control in the morning. But by the end of the day, the 10 kennels here will look like this, full, and that's every single day. Officer Austin Tomlin says that is because the number of stray dogs in Warren has dramatically increased.
On any given day, it could be anywhere from 2 to 6 that we could get a call for to come get a dog.
Every single day?
Every single day.
Why? Lieutenant John Gajewski says a lot of people got dogs during COVID. Now people are back to work, money is tighter, and they might not be able to take proper care of their dog. So some, as heartless as it is, abandon their dog, not knowing there's help available.
If you're struggling with getting resources, food, bedding, certainly immunizations, that's not cause to abandon your dog, right? If you reach out to us, we have opportunities available to get you some resources. We do low-cost veterinary immunizations, we do microchipping at events.
And Warren does not euthanize animals just to make space. They rely on shelters, which are also pretty full. Is there a solution to this? How do we fix the problem?
More rescues that would be willing to step up and help us, because we can call up to 40 to 50 within 2 hours, and everybody says they're full. We go as far as 2-3 hours away just to place 1 dog.
You're driving up to 3 hours per dog to drop them off and find them a place to go?
Yes, sir.
So more shelters and rescues pitching in would help, but Warren also needs more volunteers. The dogs only get to leave these cages 3 times a day.
If somebody was here, the dogs definitely need more attention than we're able to give them. He's in the kennel all day. He hasn't actually known a good life since he's been here.
More shelters, more volunteers. There are solutions to Warren's problems if people are willing to help.
If you're interested in animals, are passionate about animals, want to help, can help, whether it's volunteering to walk the dogs once a day. That's a weight off of our animal control shoulders. If you're a shelter out there and can offer some sort of resources, that's a weight off our shoulder.
So a couple of key takeaways there. Volunteers needed to work on the animals that are kept, again, inside that garage area. But I think the big one is resources, right? I didn't know that the city has resources available through partners and just through things they have on their own. So if you do have an animal that you're not able to care for, don't just give it away. Don't abandon the dog. They can help you. Just call the city of Warren. We're here in Warren. Nick Monticelli, Local 4.
Right now, people across the country are struggling with high food prices. From inflation, tariffs, and extreme weather, grocery bill prices have gone through the roof. According to Wallet Hub, the average person spends more than $500 a month on groceries. At a family of 4, that number is closer to $1,300 a month. The total average annual grocery cost is more than $6,000 a year. Rhonda Walker has a Consumer Reports with some practical advice that could help you shave some dollars off your food bill.
If you've been food shopping lately, you probably experienced sticker shock at every checkout.
It's getting to the point where people won't be able to shop anymore.
You have to cut back in order to live.
Many items cost more these days, and 77% of Americans say they have felt the most significant increase in grocery costs. Food prices have risen 24% from 2020 to 2024, according to a report from the USDA's Economic Research Service.
Can't even drink coffee.
Coffee prices surged 45% in August year over year. Here are some tips to help you stretch your food budget. First, shop with a plan. Consumer Reports nutritionist Amy Keating says, don't just bring a list.
Be realistic about the week ahead. It might be a good idea to shop for some meals that are good leftovers or can be frozen to avoid overbuying and food waste.
Once you're at the supermarket, go for generic or store brand products first.
We found that for staples like orange juice, coffee, cheese, and yogurt, it's possible to save 30 to 70% if you switch from a name brand.
Also, consider going meatless. That alone can save you almost $1,000 a year. And when you come home with your groceries, make sure that you're storing your items correctly so that your produce lasts. And eat delicate produce like salad greens or berries first, and save foods like carrots and frozen vegetables for later. And don't forget to join your local store's loyalty program, which can help you get additional discounts on top of any weekly sales.
Good advice there. Thank you, Rhonda. And coming up in 90 seconds, we're going to break down the numbers here in Detroit and give you another great way to save on your grocery bill. You don't want to miss that. We'll be right back. Well, as promised, let's take a look at Detroit numbers when it comes to grocery shopping. A new Wallet Hub study finds people in Detroit spend the highest percentage of their median household income on groceries. So here's the breakdown. Wallet Hub says Detroiters are spending nearly 4% of their income on groceries, and we pay more for things like lettuce, sugar, and whole milk. But when it comes to ground beef, tuna, and peaches, we're seeing some of the least expensive prices in the country. Nick Monticelli spoke with money-saving expert Andrea Warridge for some advice on how to save when you shop. Here's that combo.
Now to ways to save on an expense we are all feeling right now, groceries. You're looking live at Detroit for a reason. A new Wallet Hub study finds people in Detroit spend the highest percentage of their median household income on groceries. Here's a breakdown. Wallet Hub says Detroiters are spending nearly 4% of their income on groceries. We pay more for things like lettuce, sugar, and whole milk. But when it comes to ground beef, tuna, and peaches, we are seeing some of the least expensive prices in the countries. So we reached out to money-saving expert Andrea Warridge for some advice on how we can save when we're shopping. Andrea, thank you so much for joining us. It's one of those things that we don't have a choice. Groceries are groceries and we have to buy them to eat, but there are things you can do to try to trim that grocery bill a little bit.
Yes, and I think it's important to also realize that not everything you buy at the grocery store is a necessity. I mean, how many times do we all throw in some extra food that we didn't plan to purchase, whether it was a tempting food display or, you just make some impulse food purchases. And so having that shopping list is a really important tool to streamline your shopping, making sure you're not buying in excess, because that's going to drive up your food bill and also lead to food waste. And actually, the most important thing you can do is create a meal plan. That meal plan that you make is going to account for every meal you plan to eat at home. Then you can look for recipes that use overlapping ingredients so that you cook everything that you buy in its entirety. How often do you buy that big bag of potatoes but don't cook all the potatoes, and then some of them go to waste? And so your meal plan would effectively use everything you buy, and then this is going to really trim that grocery bill.
I've actually seen some websites, or maybe it was on TikTok, or people sharing where you can download recipes that overlap and spread out the ingredients over a week or so.
Exactly. There are various services you can sign up for, subscribe to, and they can create meal plans for you. And there are some that use just a few ingredients to stretch your budget, but also it's healthier when you do it that way too, and use whole foods. Yeah. And what I love about once you have your meal plan in place, now you can create your shopping list. Again, that's going to guide you through the store to make sure you're not buying unnecessary groceries. And then you can see also, what do you already have at home? Maybe you forgot you had an ingredient, you don't want to double up, check your freezer, fridge, pantry. This way you can check those off and then take it one step further. Now look up circulars for the different grocery stores in your area to see if anyone has a better deal for the main ingredients on your list, whether it's a meat or chicken or fish. This is where I would then recommend shopping to help reduce your overall cost.
Yeah, you had mentioned there are some areas of the grocery store that are marked up to 300% or more.
That's a little scary. Yes, some grocery sections are going to cost you more, specifically the bakery. When it comes to cookies, cupcakes, muffins, these types of items, I mean, you're going to be paying almost 300% more than if you made them yourself. Now, I know time is an issue. Maybe not everybody's excellent at baking, but even if you just go to the regular baking aisle and buy a boxed cookie, cupcake, brownie mix, those are going to be cheaper. I mean, you're getting them for a few dollars, and they're going to also be just as tasty, and they don't require that much extra effort to make. So I would recommend doing that. Otherwise, if you are in the bakery, look for maybe the day-old baked goods. It's going to be about 50% less. And then also anything that's been prepared, whether it's a meat that's been cut up or marinated, a chicken that's been cut up for a kebab, even a fruit or a vegetable that's been slightly prepared, a fruit salad, let's say, those are going to cost you anywhere from 50 to 100% more than if you just bought the whole produce or the larger slab of meat and marinated it at home. So really consider this.
What's funny about that, Andrea, is that there's a conversation that I've heard in multiple households about the obviously the savings on buying and preparing everything yourself, but then some people say I'd rather spend the money because I don't have the time to prepare it.
You know what? I think that that's a valid point. If you are somebody who will buy, whole produce or a whole head of lettuce with the intention of making a salad and then it just ends up in the trash, then okay, get to know yourself and what is going to make your life easier. And if that means spending a little bit more, but you're actually eating it and using it all in its entirety, go for it, because that's a better deal in the long run than throwing anything away, because that's just like throwing your hard-earned dollars in the trash.
Right, right. What's your experience in doing grocery shopping at some of those major wholesalers like Sam's Club and Costco and buying in bulk?
Yes. Okay. So these could be really great resources as long as you pay attention to a few items. First of all, don't overbuy fresh food in bulk. Again, what's going to happen is, unless you have a large family, a lot of people who are going to consume all that food, you're eating at home a lot, chances are some of it's going to go bad. That doesn't mean you shouldn't buy there, because there are good deals, but just be really particular about what you're buying and really have that meal plan. Consider what you're going to need and what you don't. Maybe for a pack of strawberries or blueberries, buy the smaller container at your local grocery store rather than the large ones. I mean, I've had to learn this myself for my family. Some of the fruits or vegetables that last longer, I'll buy in bulk, but the others I'll buy smaller containers of. Also, this could include potato chips or crackers. If you buy a large bag, you don't consume it all, it could go stale. Milk, bread as well. So you really do want to pay attention to that. Anything that goes in the freezer, though, as long as you have room for it, that's a great deal. Plus, then you always have something to make when you don't have your fresh food in the fridge, and then this will save you on takeout.
I wanted to get your take. I've heard some friends say that they can save massively by using the discount stores like an Aldi, for instance. Is the quality there? And it's like the off-brand name chips and things like that. I hear they taste just as good, but I haven't tried them yet.
Yes, no, these stores are a great resource. If you haven't tried it, I would recommend going in and giving it a go, because you're going to be surprised at how much you can save. And the store brands really, have come a long way over the last decade and rival the name brands. Oftentimes they're manufactured in the same facilities. You can compare ingredients side by side. And what I love too about, stores like Target or Walmart, a lot of these grocery stores will accept returns if you're not happy with the taste of a certain food product. So why not give it a go, whether it's the generic cereal, generic crackers that you eat on a daily basis. If this is going to save you a few bucks per package, try it, because in the long run, it's going to cut your grocery bill.
But you've got to bring your own grocery bag, right?
You know what? That will help you save as well, too.
Okay, Andrea, thank you so much for your time this morning. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
We got to take Nick to Aldi. I think he's going to be pleasantly surprised. If you need some more help making ends meet, consider looking up your nearest food bank or pantry on websites like feedingamerica.org or 211.org. Well, good news when you fill up this week. Gas prices are down. We'll tell you why they're at their lowest levels in years. And it sounds like it's straight out of the plot of Ocean's 11. Thieves steal thousands in priceless jewels from the famed Louvre Museum in Paris. And they did it while the museum was open, with thousands of people inside. We'll take you inside the investigation coming up. The Trump administration is reopening a pathway to student loan forgiveness for millions of borrowers. Two income-driven repayment plans, programs that were blocked earlier this year, are now being restarted. This comes after an agreement between the Department of Education and the American Federation of Teachers. The union sued back in March, arguing the administration was keeping eligible borrowers from using the plans. These income-driven programs can wipe out remaining student debt after 20 to 25 years of payments, and right now about 2.5 million people are enrolled. The FAA is giving Boeing a green light to boost production of its 737 MAX passenger jets. The agency is lifting a monthly cap of 38 planes that's been in place since January of last year. The limit was imposed because a door panel blew out on an Alaska Airlines flight back in January of last year. An NTSB report found Boeing failed to reinstall key bolts on the door plug before it left the factory. FAA inspectors have been conducting extensive reviews of Boeing's safety procedures since then. And it was a mixed weekend at movie theaters with some familiar titles sliding and a few new faces making noise. The film Good Fortune managing a stronger debut, opening in third. Tron Heirs continues its run in second, but the real story belongs to Black Phone 2. The horror sequel rang up more than $26 million, scaring its way past every other title and even edging out the opening weekend of the first film back in 2022. Well, maybe you want to throw on some extra layers before you head out today. Ashley's tracking a cooler work week, and I'll introduce you to an 11-year-old racing prodigy who is working to inspire girls all around the world, and she's got some model race cars here in studio. You'll hear from her coming up.
Now, forewarned weather with Exact Track 4D.
It was a soggy end to the weekend. I don't have to tell you that twice, but boy, we've turned things around today. Sunshine sticking with us along with seasonal temperatures, at least for today, because then it becomes a little more turbulent midweek. Rain will reappear along with some gusty winds, and so scattered showers in the forecast, and it'll be brisk. Also cooler air filtering in behind it as we round out the work week. So changes in store. Hourly forecast for the rest of the day, 63 the high temperature this afternoon with plenty of sunshine, so you need the sunglasses if you're going to be out and about and enjoy the blue skies. Let's call them Honolulu blue. We have the Lions playing tonight, Monday Night Football, 7 o'clock kickoff at Ford Field, doing some tailgating in downtown Detroit, planned for low 60s under clear skies. Beautiful for this point in October. And then as you leave Ford Field, about 51 degrees, and it'll be pretty clear at that point, and so you'll need that extra layer, but at least you don't need the rain gear for today. We will start to need the rain gear tomorrow, and with the rain chances begin to bring in some cooler temperatures by the time we hit Wednesday and Thursday. Tomorrow is still pretty seasonal, but we will drop about 10 degrees the day after that. So clouds and radar as we zip through the rest of the day today, clear, but we start to track some rain chances before daybreak tomorrow, maybe 4 or 5 a.m. as this pushes west to east, and then it'll be out of here briefly closer to 9 o'clock. So you'll be contending with some wet weather as you're driving to work tomorrow during the morning rush hour drive. Scattered rain chances begin to develop once again, though, around 4 o'clock. So the lull brief as you might contend with a little more rain for the drive home in the evening, but not quite as widespread. It's more of the scattered variety for the later part part of the day. And we still hold on to rain chances come Wednesday. Here's a broader view, putting the fronts on just to kind of illustrate the mechanisms bringing the rain. And so you see that cold front pushes the rain across the area in the morning. We get some more rain wrapping around it later on in the evening. But then as that low sinks down from Canada, bringing that trough, that will continue our rain chances into Wednesday before we start to fizzle that out. Now you might have a little lingering shower early Thursday, but the rest of the day should be dry. So if you're heading to East Lansing this weekend, I don't have to tell you twice, it's rivalry week. Michigan and Michigan State in action in East Lansing, 7:30 kickoff, which means we'll be in the 50s for tailgating, but falling into the 40s throughout the game under mostly clear skies, but dry. Will Halloween remain dry? Well, it's still too far out to lock that in, but I will show you some data as far as how we're trending. So we're 11 days out from Halloween, and Climate Prediction Center keeping the temperature trend above average through Halloween. However, precipitation also trending a little bit above average. Now that's an overall outlook, not a single day. So we'll fine tune it. But as you know, it always seems to be cold and rainy on Halloween. So let's see if we can change that this year. Otherwise, low 60s through tomorrow, falling 10 degrees Wednesday. We'll hold on to those 50s for highs for the remainder of the week and the weekend, and even some overnight lows tumbling into the 30s.
From downtown Detroit, Local 4 Live starts right now.
And welcome back to Local 4 Live. I'm Priya Mann in for Nick Monticelli this morning. Thanks for watching. I'm so excited because I'm here with 11-year-old racing prodigy Shakila King, who's here to talk about the sport and her dream of becoming, you want to be an IndyCar driver.
Yes, I do.
So what's the process? What's that like?
Well, first of all, we have to get experience by
Right.
going to a track like Owasso. and that's where I want to have a full pit crew of females with mechanics, engineers, and spotters.
That is so cool. I can hear the passion in your voice. What do you love about it?
I love being challenged by the speed and being challenged by people because of winning.
Yeah.
And yeah.
What's it like when you're out there like driving?
It feels fast.
It does feel fast.
And taking on the corners by having a precise braking, rolling them, and throttling the corner.
How did you learn all this?
All thanks to my dad, my sponsors, Chris Cusa and Joe Caradona, and also my mom, because she has supported me throughout my career.
I love that. So you're 11. When did you start?
I started when I was 5 or 4.
No.
Yes.
Like itty bitty?
Yes.
And what was that like? You just sat and you were like vroom vroom, off you went?
I loved it. As soon as I got there, I was like, I do not want to go back out and just continue racing.
You know, I always wanted those like small little cars, you know, for like little kids, but you were like, no, I want to take it to a whole new level.
Yeah.
What's that like for you?
It feels amazing. I want to get faster and faster every year, and I just love it.
And you've got a lot of role models too. Who inspires you?
There's a lot of people that
I know. You're like, let me go through the list.
Yeah. I'm inspired by mostly business people like Mary Barra. She's a female. The reason why I'm inspired by her because she surrounded herself with good people.
That's key.
And went down up the ladder to Mary Barra, the CEO of General Motors.
Yes.
And I want to surround myself with a pit crew, with females and mechanics, like engineers and spotters.
Did you see that new Brad Pitt movie? The F1, the race car movie?
No, I have not.
Well, so I watched it and they showed a lot of those, but you're right, there were a few women, but you want an all-female crew.
Yeah, because I want to be unique, different, and to race at the Indianapolis 500, because I want to be the first female Filipino Asian to race there.
Give me a high five. That sounds awesome. You are already winning lots of races. We got tons of medals here. Can you talk about some of these races?
This trophy, those two trophies are from the Bobby Hahn. I've won that, and all thanks to my dad's help and by going through my cards and engineering them.
So I don't know about Bobby. How many competitors are there? Can you talk about how competitive it is?
About 15 people, and everyone just bumps and bumps. And that's what I love about it, because I'm never bothered by the bumps because I'm used to it.
Really?
Yes.
So you guys are just kind of all like jostling to get to that first spot.
Yes.
What's it like when you turn a corner?
It feels slow in and fast out. What I mean by that is braking, having a precise braking, in a good moment, and hitting that apex, like throttling it.
So are you like just constantly pushing the gas pedal and the brake?
Yes, I love going fast.
I can see. What's the fastest? What do you love? What's the fastest you've gone?
65 miles per hour on the Swift.
Wait a minute, but you're 11. You don't even have a driver's license yet.
That's what I'm saying. I need a driver's license.
That's what she needs, a driver's license. I'd love to see you out on the road. I would just let you in. I'd let you merge. I'd be like, she's got somewhere she's got to go.
Yeah.
When we're talking about the mechanics of the car, you know a lot about that too. When we're looking at something like this, I'm clearly not an expert. What should we know about a vehicle? What are you looking for?
Well, this is a Barrel chassis made in Italy, and it's also made in Italy as well. And
do you want to point something out? You were saying something about the motor.
The motor, this is from Bridge. This is from Briggs, and that is from Italy.
That's from Italy.
Yes.
So when you're sitting in here, kind of what is your perspective like when you're looking at that?
Looking ahead and see what I can turn and how can I pass them?
Yeah, I'd imagine you're pretty low to the ground, right? When you're driving. So what is that like for you when you're kind of low and it's going fast? You got those turns.
I can feel the wind breezing on my helmet, and I love it because I love going fast, passing people, and
You ever wave?
Yes, I do.
Do you really?
Yes.
I thought you'd be like so focused that you'd be like,
I wave by like saying this is my corner, because sometimes people deny because they want to enter that corner. So yeah.
And you know, if there's maybe a little girl, little boy who's watching, what is your kind of words of encouragement?
I want you to have improvement. There's always things that you want to do and improve, And yeah.
If there's
never
one
give up.
thing you want to improve on, I heard that, never give up. I love that. If there was one thing you are focused on for your next race, what would that be?
To have a good leadership and have and stay on that podium.
Yeah, you want to win.
Yeah.
I can tell. What was it like when you won your first race?
It felt amazing. It felt like victory. It felt victorious. I love it.
And how many have you won?
105 races. And
I'm sorry, say that again?
I've
105?
No, that was
no.
I've entered.
Okay.
I have entered.
You've entered 105. How many have you won?
22 of them.
That is incredible. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love that. Thank you for joining us today. And you know what? Just seeing you up here, you don't know how many people you're inspiring.
Yeah.
You're a trailblazer. Give me a high five. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And we're going to give you a round of applause. And we love the cars that you brought in. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
We got the next winner right here. As we head to break, we do want to We're taking a live look at 696 over in Southfield, and there's some relief at the gas pump for drivers. AAA reports prices have dropped to their lowest since 2021 in Michigan. The price for regular unleaded gas in the state is $2.79. The state average dropped 13 cents from a week ago. In Detroit, it's $2.85. Still, it comes in below the national average, which is about $3.04. Let's get out to Shantae Passmore with a look at what's behind this trend.
Hey there, if you've driven around, you might have noticed it yourself. We're talking about low gas prices right now, and there are a few different reasons why we're seeing this trend. We've been using the winter blend for a while, which is typically cheaper to make than the summer blend. The other reason, we know demand plays a big role, but it's really low right now. Demand in crude oil prices are both down, and if this keeps up, fuel prices will continue to fall. Now, AAA told Local 4 Michigan drivers are now paying an average of $2.79 per gallon for regular unleaded, which is a new 2025 low. This price is 41 cents less than this time last month and 49 cents less than this time last year. And as you can imagine, drivers are loving these low prices. And how much does it cost you to fill up your truck?
I think it's about 120 bucks. Great. Yeah, a lot better than last year, that's for sure.
And while gas prices are down, it's always a good idea to practice money-saving tips. For example, maybe enrolling in a savings program and keep price checking at different areas, because at this Detroit gas station, for example, for regular unleaded gas, we're talking about $4.09. But in the Madison Heights and Warren area, we saw gas there for $2.83. Warren, Detroit. I'm Shantae Passmore, Local 4.
All right, thank you, Shantae. The government shutdown now entering week 3 as we take you live to the U.S. Capitol. Today, there will be another round of voting from the Senate. That GOP spending bill has already failed 10 times since the shutdown 19 days ago. This is now the third longest shutdown in U.S. history, and both sides still aren't closing the gap. Republicans are looking to pass a short-term spending bill that keeps the government open until November. Democrats want to extend health care subsidies to avoid sharp insurance hikes. And the longer this drags on, the more serious the fallout becomes. Even agencies tied to national security are feeling the impact. The federal agency responsible for overseeing the U.S. nuclear stockpile is set to furlough over 1,400 workers today. That would mean fewer than 400 workers will remain on the job to safeguard the stockpile. Officials say despite the disruptions in operations, the nuclear stockpile is reliable and there is no threat to national security. We are following developments in the Middle East. President Trump insists the ceasefire in Gaza is still in place, despite accusations that Israel and Gaza have violated the truce. Israel carried out a wave of strikes this weekend. The country says it was in response to a series of Hamas attacks on Israeli forces in southern Gaza. Vice President J.D. Vance says a U.S. official will travel to Israel soon, and experts believe 2 of the key negotiators behind the ceasefire could be a part of that delegation. Meanwhile, in Paris, a real-life mystery is unfolding that could be pulled from a Hollywood script. Thieves stealing priceless jewels from the world-famous Louvre Museum in Paris. It happened early Sunday morning, just as the museum was opening for the day. The thieves made off with 9 pieces of jewelry, and now there's a scramble to find the thieves who did it. NBC's Molly Hunter has the very latest on the investigation.
This morning, the most visited museum in the world in the heart of Paris remains shuttered. On Sunday morning, a brazen daylight heist just 30 minutes after the Louvre opened to the public, and this morning, the thieves still on the run. The Interior Minister says the experienced crew of thieves used this electric ladder mounted on the back of a truck to get to the second-floor balcony.
And once the thieves reached that second-floor balcony, the Interior Ministry says they broke the glass window with grinders. You can see it boarded up right now as the alarm sounded.
Their target, La Galerie d'Apollon, home to the French crown jewels and crown diamonds. The thieves smashed 2 display cabinets, according to the Culture Ministry. As you can see in this video, widely published in French media, this man wearing a high-vis vest. They stole 9 priceless items in all, including sapphire and emerald necklaces, earrings, and tiaras, including one that belonged to fashion icon Empress Eugenie, Napoleon III's wife. In the gallery, the thieves left behind the massive 140-carat Regent diamond. In the getaway, they dropped the Empress's diamond-encrusted crown found outside the museum. The whole operation took just 7 minutes. The thieves got away on motorbikes. The incident so dramatic, like a scene out of the Netflix show Lupin.
The necklace belonged to Marie Antoinette. We're gonna steal it.
As soon as the robbery started, quick-thinking museum staff called the police and started evacuating visitors.
Lots of confusion, lots of misdirection.
They would say,
they ran us all out.
They would say, go this way, and that would be closed. When you rob the Louvre, that's a big deal to all of France.
French President Emmanuel Macron called it an attack on a heritage we cherish because it's our history. But it's not the first time thieves have targeted the Louvre. Back in 1911, the Mona Lisa was stolen by a museum employee, but returned 2 years later, much more famous. Today, authorities say they'll stop at nothing to recover the stolen jewels.
Well, here at home, a big celebration is coming to downtown Detroit. Diwali in the D starts tonight. We'll show you how the city is bringing the Festival of Lights to life with food, performances, and events that are happening all week long. Getting a live look at downtown Detroit. For the first time ever, the city of Detroit is hosting a Diwali in the D. It's a 5-day-long celebration of the Festival of Lights, symbolizing the victory of light over darkness. And tonight is opening night. Things kick off at 6 at multiple spots around the city, including Detroit's Chinatown District, the Social Brews, Momo Cha, and the Detroit Shipping Company. And throughout the week, there will be music, performances, arts, workshops. All will take place at different locations in the city. Also, there will be traditional food with a, quote, Detroit twist. And we are taking a live look outside. Plenty of sunshine as the Lions take on the Bucks at Ford Field today. For all of you tailgaters, things are going to be feeling crisp and very fall-like. We'll have a full forecast coming up.
Now, forewarned weather with Exact Track 4D.
It was a soggy end to the weekend. I don't have to tell you that twice, but boy, we've turned things around today. Sunshine sticking with us along with seasonal temperatures, at least for today, because then it becomes a little more turbulent midweek. Rain will reappear along with some gusty winds, and so scattered showers in the forecast, and it'll be brisk. Also cooler air filtering in behind it as we round out the work week. So changes in store. Hourly forecast for the rest of the day, 63 the high temperature this afternoon with plenty of sunshine, so you need the sunglasses if you're going to be out and about and enjoy the blue skies. Let's call them Honolulu blue. We have the Lions playing tonight, Monday Night Football, 7 o'clock kickoff at Ford Field, doing some tailgating in downtown Detroit, planned for low 60s under clear skies. beautiful for this point in October. And then as you leave Ford Field, about 51 degrees, and it'll be pretty clear at that point, and so you'll need that extra layer, but at least you don't need the rain gear for today. We will start to need the rain gear tomorrow, and with the rain chances begin to bring in some cooler temperatures by the time we hit Wednesday and Thursday. Tomorrow is still pretty seasonal, but we will drop about 10 degrees the day after that. So clouds and radar as we zip through the rest of the day today, clear, but we start to track some rain chances before daybreak tomorrow, maybe 4 or 5 a.m. as this pushes west to east, and then it'll be out of here briefly closer to 9 o'clock. So you'll be contending with some wet weather as you're driving to work tomorrow during the morning rush hour drive. Scattered rain chances begin to develop once again, though, around 4 o'clock. So the lull brief as you might contend with a little more rain for the drive home in the evening, but not quite as widespread. It's more of the scattered variety for the later part of the day. And we still hold on to rain chances come Wednesday. Here's a broader view, putting the fronts on just to kind of illustrate the mechanisms bringing the rain. And so you see that cold front pushes the rain across the area in the morning. We get some more rain wrapping around it later on in the evening. But then as that low sinks down from Canada, bringing that trough, that will continue our rain chances into Wednesday before we start to fizzle that out. Now you might have a little lingering shower early Thursday, but the rest of the day should be dry. So if you're heading to East Lansing this weekend, I don't have to tell you twice, it's rivalry week. Michigan and Michigan State in action in East Lansing, 7:30 kickoff, which means we'll be in the 50s for tailgating, but falling into the 40s throughout the game under mostly clear skies, but dry. Will Halloween remain dry? Well, it's still too far out to lock that in, but I will show you some data as far as how we're trending. So we're 11 days out from Halloween, and Climate Prediction Center keeping the temperature trend above average through Halloween. However, precipitation also trending a little bit above average, and that's an overall outlook, not a single day. So we'll fine tune it. But as you know, it always seems to be cold and rainy on Halloween. So let's see if we can change that this year. Otherwise, low 60s through tomorrow, falling 10 degrees Wednesday. We'll hold on to those 50s for highs for the remainder of the week and the weekend, and even some overnight lows tumbling into the 30s.
All right, thank you, Ashley. We've got so much more throughout the day for you to watch when we're back. We are checking in with Kim and Tati from Live in the D to talk about what's coming up on their show. You don't want to miss it. Hundreds of online services and platforms are getting back up and running after that widespread outage from Amazon Web Services early this morning. This disruption is hitting big names hard. We're talking Amazon, Venmo, Hulu, and Snapchat, all reporting major slowdowns and outages. And it's not just websites. The New York Times says LaGuardia Airport in New York is feeling the effects too. However, as of now, many of those sites appear to be working normally. And we have so much more coming up throughout the day here on Local 4. Kim and Tati from Live in the D are here to show us what's ahead. So nice to see you, ladies.
So nice to see you.
Oh my God, I haven't seen you in a minute.
It's been a long time. I feel like our schedules are a little opposite now.
They are. It's been incredible, you know, just seeing all the different stuff you guys have got planned. And today is going to be a spectacular show.
It is, but before we get started on today's show, I want to congratulate you. Seriously. This lady did a half marathon yesterday. So it went right by my apartment building. So I was down there and cheering people on for a little while. So congratulations.
Thank you. And you know, the rain definitely made it a different experience than last year, but it was incredible. You know, just when you're out there with all those people, you just feed off that energy.
It like doesn't matter the weather.
Oh no, it doesn't. But I'm definitely sore today.
Okay.
Like just
and you're here.
I
think it's time for you to go home. You can take a nap.
You guys take over.
That's amazing because I probably wouldn't be here, but we're really excited about today because we're talking about a topic that a lot of parents grapple with, which is homework or too much of it.
Oh, yeah.
So that's our What's the Buzz panel. I'm excited for that. Also, we had a celebrity sighting in Detroit.
Oh.
We're going to talk about that, why this person was shopping at one of a really great Detroit store, All Things Detroit. All Things Marketplace,
So they have good taste.
Good taste, exactly. So I'm excited to kind of dive into that a little bit deeper.
I'm seeing the earrings.
Yeah, actually this has a lot to do with why that person was in town. My earrings are Lions earrings. Little Lions, big game tonight. Yeah, you excited? Very
I
excited.
feel like Kimmy knows all the players. She knows the plays. She knows the positions.
I learned from her.
Touchdown.
Yeah,
Kim knows
are you
all
kidding?
of it.
I'm like
She knows
texting
all of
her. I'm
it.
like, so what happened there?
Yeah. 30 yards?
Right.
Yeah, right.
No, actually, you've come a long way in
I
the
have.
sports knowledge. You used to be like, what's the basketball team?
Oh, okay. Thanks
No,
a
just
lot.
kidding.
I mean,
But-
I'm just there for support.
No,
I'm support staff.
Exactly. We need the cheerleaders.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And we'll all be cheering on the Lions later on today.
We will.
Jam-packed show. I can't wait to hear who this celebrity is.
I know. So
He has a famous brother.
a very famous brother.
Okay, we've narrowed it down.
Who's dating who's engaged to somebody even more
just gave
famous.
it away.
Yeah.
I know.
Gave it away.
I get what you're putting down.
You still need to join us today, 11 o'clock, live in the D. What else do we have on the show today?
So we have that. We're talking about homework. We're talking about so many things. I can't even think straight. I'm drawing a complete blank.
I know we don't have food on the show today. That's tomorrow, which
Gray
I'm
Ghost.
really looking forward to.
I wish
Not Gray Ghost. They're burger
Little
place.
Ghost.
Sorry.
Little
yes.
Ghost.
Yes.
Oh, I like that. All right. So thank you, ladies, for joining
Thank
us.
Thanks for having us.
And thanks for watching Local 4 Live. More news and weather ahead here on Local 4 Plus.
Today on Live in the D, it used to be a nightly ritual. Crack open the books and get that homework done before bed.
But is homework really necessary for student success, or is it time schools ditch it altogether?
Plus, the price of gold is at an all-time high. That means your old necklace or broken bracelet sitting in your drawer could be worth a lot of money.
How to turn that forgotten gold into cash.
Yep.
And it's Music Monday. You're going to enjoy our musical guest today.
That's right. It's all coming up on Live in the D at 11 a.m.
Well, it sure was a soggy Sunday, but we have a big difference today, sunshine and seasonal conditions. And so we'll be topping out in the low 60s later on today, but we do have a cool down ahead. So we will be right back in the low 60s tomorrow as rain chances begin to increase, and we'll hold on to showers and brisk conditions through midweek. Temperatures will be falling into the 50s by the end of the week. So your weather story keeps us trending well below average all the way into the weekend.
Today on Live in the D, that shooting pain in your lower back and leg, is it just back pain or something more serious?
Nearly 40% of Americans will experience sciatica at some point. Knowing the difference could be key to finding relief.
Plus, Halloween is just around the corner. Some important safety tips for your pets, including the do's and don'ts of candy and what to avoid when picking a costume for your furry friend.
And it's Takeout Tuesday featuring a place called Little Ghost. We'll see you at 11. Today on Live in the D, clutter is making you less attractive and ruining relationships.
Talk about dirty laundry. A messy relationship could be quietly killing romance.
The one habit most likely to send your relationship into the danger zone.
Plus, more and more everyday people are turning into endurance athletes, running marathons, even competing in other fitness events.
See what's driving the shift from casual workouts to competition-driven training. It's all coming up today on Live in the D at 11 a.m. Yes? My right. Oh, thank you for catching. Thank you.
3, 2.
On the next Live in the D, that pain in your lower back and leg. Is it pain or sciatica?
Knowing the difference could help you find relief. Sorry.
Oh, back pain? Oh, sorry. Thank you. That pain in your lower back and leg. Is it back? Thank you. Okay, we'll start all over.
3, 2.
On the next Live in the D, that pain in your lower back and leg. Is it back pain or sciatica?
Knowing the difference could help you find relief.
Wednesday.
3,
2.
On the next Live in the D, a messy relationship could be killing romance.
The habit most likely to send your love life into the danger zone. Nat. A hair quicker? Okay.
One more time, Sean. 3, 2.
On the next Live in the D, a messy relationship could be killing romance.
The habit most likely to send your love life into the danger zone. Thank you.
I can't believe we're
Oh, the pink set? Yeah. Spare one, Rhonda. It's not turned on here. Okay.
Fourth annual breast cancer screening event. I decide clinic team. Oh, I won't be able to say that phone number unless I look at the screen, which I can. Yeah. I'm going to get a mammogram.
I know.
What? How do you know?
I said, uh-oh.
I said, Cherie's been on my ass. Yeah, I'm doing it.
I love it. I'm so excited.
Because I hosted this thing for Mary Waters, and like one of the ladies, she was like, I was completely healthy. I didn't have any symptoms or anything. Yeah. And she's like, all of a sudden, I was like, I'm gonna shoot. I'm just ad-libbing, so whenever. I think I'll mention like the 4th annual breast cancer screening.
Sorry,
So I said I think I'll mention the 4th annual breast cancer screening. Just give me a minute on here about Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and then I'll.
On this, and then when she starts talking about the event, you switch it.
Okay, come, Cherie. 100 Mack Avenue. All right, let's hope that I get this right because.
You're doing theirs first?
No, you can do it at the same time.
Okay.
Right?
But you're not gonna be looking at me.
Oh, should I be on this side so you can see the?
Well, now you got to see the W.
Oh, you're right. Well, maybe stand right in front, closer to the camera.
You can't see the W. You can't see the A. I mean.
Come on this side, Cherie. Come on this side. Wait, where are they going with it? It looked better before.
Yeah, because you got to.
I like the other angle. Can I go back over there? Oh, okay. Can they flip the camera?
Right, actually. I'm like, huh? I'm gonna wait till. Is it Mike today? No. Who is it? Ryan?
Can you ask him to flip it?
Jeremy.
Oh yeah, that looks way better. Okay, and then you can hold it right in there. Like hold it up. Yes, honey. Are you on video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Move to your right a little bit.
I don't see the ribbon in my shot though.
I wish I was wearing pink. You can't see everything?
I can't see the ribbon.
How can you not? What? Is it on 1? Did you zoom?
Yeah, it's 1 times 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, we're rolling.
Okay. 3, 2. Hi, everybody. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I am issuing a challenge for anybody who has not had their breast cancer screening or mammograms this year. You know, it's supposed to be annual. So I am going to the Detroit Health Department's 4th annual breast cancer screening event Tuesday at 11 a.m. And I am challenging 20 other women and men to join me to get their free breast cancer screening exam. And then in partnership with Carmanis Cancer Institute, they will give you appointments on the spot for mammograms as early as the following day. I'm going through the whole process because I'm overdue, and if you are too, I would love for you to join me tomorrow at the Detroit Health Department. This is on Tuesday from 11 a.m. to 3. I'll be there at 11. It's at 100 Mack Avenue. They do encourage you to call just to let them know you're coming, so you can do that ahead of time at 313-876-4319. But you do not have to call to register. You can just show up. I hope to see you on Tuesday morning. Okay.
David Malseed?
That's how I would say it. Malseed. I mean, we can, you know how it's weird when, you know, well, that's cool. Yeah. And the inflection, exactly where it should be.
Good morning, Detroit, and everyone across the area.
Thank you so much for joining us for Live in the D. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Hopefully your Monday is off to a great start. It's October 20th, and our daily jam is I'm Good by the Mowglis. And that is all because today is National Youth Confidence Day, all about encouraging and uplifting young people.
Which is so nice. They need as much as they can get, especially from other adults in their lives, to be like, you're on the right track, you're doing well.
That positive energy goes a long way. So just a little reminder to, give that positive energy to our youth today and every day.
That's right.
And one of your core memories of being a kid might be playing, and a new study is giving insight on what playtime looks like for kids these days. So 9% of parents of kids 1 to 5 years old say that outdoor playtime happens once a week or less. Now that's according to the University of Michigan's Health CS Mott Children's Hospital National Poll on Children's Health.
I mean, I used to live for playing outside when I was a kid.
Totally.
Yeah, you were gonna run into some neighborhood kid friends.
And it was like, come back home when the sun goes down.
That's right, when
it's
the
dark
street
out.
lights come on. Did you like play hopscotch?
Oh, everything. Bike
right?
rides, hopscotch. We just would play like make-believe games. And it was like, I can't even think of all the games we would play.
Yeah, I feel bad that kids are not gonna have this kind of conversation when they become adults.
I know, and it wasn't just like me and my brothers. It was like the whole neighborhood. Water balloon fights.
Those were the best.
Yeah, those were the best.
All right, well, 29% say that their children don't get outdoor playtime a few times a week. Meanwhile, 62% say that their kids play outside almost every day. I have a feeling that those are people with like a backyard.
Yeah, and that's great because that is a pretty high number. 88% of parents say that their child is very likely to run, jump, or climb while playing at home.
It's because they want to go outside and climb a tree.
Get that energy out.
Touch some grass. All right, well, 60% say that their child will watch TV or video games on a typical day. This sounds very different than when I was a kid and when you were a kid. And I wasn't allowed to watch TV during the week, were you?
Yes, I was. But I do think weather has a lot to do with this as well. Like, I think your kid should definitely be getting outside when it's so nice like this. But when it is cold and too cold to even bundle up, like I understand the TV and the tablets, but let's not make it
that sort of thing. But sledding used to be great.
Yeah, that's true. It's like there really was never like too cold, right?
Not for the kids. No. We want to be outside, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, kids are resilient.
All right, well, now that the kids have been back to school for a couple of months, those homework assignments may be piling up, and parents, you may just be thinking, this is too much homework for my child. Or maybe your child isn't getting enough homework at all, and perhaps you'd like your child to be assigned more.
Yeah, so that brings us to our topic today for What's the Buzz? Is homework necessary? And joining us today to chat, we have Steve Louvre. He is our executive producer and also father of 3. And welcome back to the show, Vanessa Cohen, the co-founder of the Cohen brand and the creator of Motor City Date Night, also mother of 5. That's 5 boys, I might add.
Ooh, that's a lot of testosterone.
So that brings us to the first question. Okay, so let me just ask you, do your kids get a lot of homework? And how old are each of your kids?
Well, my kids, my oldest is in college.
Okay.
So she's a junior in college. She's almost 21. And I have 2 boys who are 16 and 15. So they're a junior and sophomore in high school.
In the thick of it in high school.
Yeah.
In high school, once they transition into high school, they get little to no homework.
Wow.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding. So elementary school, all the kids had plenty of homework to take home. Junior high, it started to wane a little bit. And now in high school, it's almost never.
Wow.
Almost never. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because, especially for all the parents whose kids are in extracurriculars.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, like one of my sons who's in band, he's up at the crack of dawn. He's in school before 7 a.m. and they'll have practice after school. My kid probably won't get home on an average day until 7 o'clock at night. So it's a good 12-hour day.
And then to have homework
and then to have homework after that.
You still got to eat dinner and take a shower. And Vanessa, you were nodding in agreement. Do you agree with Steve?
Well, it's a little bit different now. I don't know if it's more for the younger generation of children, but they don't get homework. So let me start over. The older 3 are adults, so they don't count. But the twins, they're 12. They're in 7th grade, and they have a no homework policy. And so the thing is,
it's an actual policy.
So if they do have homework, it's residuals of what they didn't finish from the day. And so that's the only time that they have homework. The key behind that is just think about it. They're in school from what, 7 hours, and then coming home. We're teaching our kids work-life balance now, right? And so homework is what? Work at home. Do we want to bring our work home? I know you guys do probably, but no, we want to make sure, we want to instill the right values in our kids going forward. And so I even if they were provided homework, I wouldn't be in agreement with it.
So you don't think it necessarily helps the kids to have more work to do at home?
No, because you can provide learning activities that aren't necessarily work.
Sure.
You know, and so we don't want the kids to be discouraged from learning. We don't want them to resent it. We want them to have activities that actually matter, that can still be educational.
I agree. Now listen, some countries limit the number of hours that children can spend on homework if they have any homework at all. Now, do you think that this is something that should be practiced here more in the US? And I say that because Finland has the top performing students in the world and they don't have homework.
Yeah, I would say quantity or quality over the quantity of time, because it does not take 8 hours in a day to hone in on a topic. I think if you're intentional and purposeful, yes, if we're limiting time dedicated to the tools of learning, it'll be more effective.
Yeah.
So one of the issues now is that, you know, depending on which district you're in or which state you're in, I mean, it's all over the place. Some teachers don't give out homework, some teachers do, and I don't know. I'm of the opinion, especially as the kids get older, I don't think they need the homework to necessarily succeed in school.
So that brings me to my next question, because a lot of times, you know, they have the homework at home, and then the thought is, I would think, is this is going to help them do better at this subject? Or is it to maybe keep them out of trouble? I know you said your kids are doing a lot of extra things like band and sports, but what about the kids that are not doing those extracurricular activities?
Well, you have to occupy their time. You have to occupy their time, or otherwise they're going to occupy their own time. And so what's saturated on the electronics and online and all of these things, and now they're still learning. It's just a different level of influence. And so that's the biggest piece. So you have to control what your children are receiving in some capacity.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe experiential learning, like help with the budget at home. Let's talk about the groceries. What's on sale this week? Let's look online.
I have something for you. Look,
clean the room.
We did a chicken cutting session. I taught all the kids how to cut chicken, a whole chicken up.
Oh,
so
we talked about that.
Yes, we talked about it. And they reminded me that I talked about it, and they held me accountable to it.
Because I can cut up a whole chicken. That's a skill.
Yes.
Well, isn't it funny? Because I feel like people of our generation, you know, we're all grown now, and we probably do not have that work-life balance because we had all this homework.
So true.
But we have no idea how to write a check, how to address a letter, or like, I mean, I do know how to do these things, but like.
But a lot of these kids today, you know, I've seen them. They should know how to address a letter. They should know how to dial a phone on a regular phone, and dial a number, or cut a chicken, or where a stamp goes on an envelope.
Exactly.
Like, those are things that you might want to learn how to do, or sign their name.
We used to have to lick those stamps.
Hey, let's put the kids to work in other ways than homework. So you guys are both fully in favor of your children not having homework, just to be clear.
I'm 100% fully in favor.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that.
And I feel like they will, even if they didn't have activities, I feel like these are the kind of parents that would occupy all of their time. Don't you worry about a thing. Steve was like, yep.
I'll find something for you to do.
I do think this is such an interesting conversation, because it's kind of the opposite of what I would think parents would say, because homework, you know, gets you thinking about that subject in school at home, and then they could perform better perhaps, but
maybe it turns into burnout. Just like you said, adults, we're trying, because all we did was homework when we went home. So maybe that's where we got it from, like don't know how to turn it off.
Or I didn't do the homework, and then I was getting in trouble in school, and then it was like, well, I'm a good kid. I just had all the sports.
You were
tired. Exactly.
You needed to get some sleep. But listen, before we let you go, Vanessa, congratulations are in order, because you did something very impressive yesterday. Tell us about it.
I participated in the Detroit Free Press Marathon, and I did my very first half marathon.
Congratulations.
That is amazing. How are you feeling?
Tired. That's why I got here when I did. And my body hurts. So I'm like, But I'm okay.
But you made it.
And
That's
I
incredible.
did it. And I did it. And I'm doing a full next year. So
Yay,
yes.
that's amazing.
That is amazing. Were you inspired at the end? Like, I could definitely do the
It wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. So I'm like, I should have did the full.
Okay,
Yes.
well, you'll do it next year.
Yes, I will.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
This is awesome. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Vanessa.
Yes, thank
and
you.
now to new information about kids and peanut allergies. This is actually very inspiring and it's positive.
Yes.
Researchers from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia have found that peanut allergies for kids 3 and under have decreased by more than 27% over the past decade. This is great because when they had those peanut allergies, they were really bad.
Oh, I mean, it's really scary as a parent if you have a child with a peanut allergy because you never know where that's going to show up.
Exposure would happen,
yes.
yeah.
So this comes after guidance was issued back in 2015 to actually feed peanut products to young babies to help prevent them from developing allergies. Researchers say because of this, about 60,000 kids have avoided developing peanut allergies.
This is a great thing because not only would you not know when that exposure could happen, the reaction was so severe. Remember, kids would go into anaphylactic shock.
And then, have to carry an EpiPen with them. And it was just like a very hard way to live your life.
Yes.
And I know a lot of kids still have to deal with this, but the fact that we have found that giving an infant peanut butter, just like a little bit, to kind of like build up that immunity is great.
The tolerance is
Yeah.
awesome.
I started doing that with Blake when he was just 6 months. And
Give him a little tasty
Yeah, just a little
taste.
bit, like mix it in some yogurt or something, and now he can have.
He's fine.
Yeah, peanut butter and jelly, all the good stuff.
Good thinking, Mama. Good thinking.
Well, I mean, I just listened to the research.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm no genius.
When it comes to love and marriage, a new study is revealing just how often divorce becomes part of the equation. So a Pew Research study found that 33% of Americans say their first marriage ended in divorce. Now, isn't that better than what they said before, where like 50% of marriages ended in divorce?
Yeah, I know. And there's all different studies out
Yes.
there, too. So it's kind of, you got to take what you read with a grain of salt sometimes. But 66% of Americans who have divorced, they have remarried. The study also found that the divorce rate is down since peaking in 1980. And when I read that, all I can think of is it's because people are getting married way later in life. So they're actually taking time to see like, oh, this isn't Mr. Right now, it's actually Mr. Right,
Yeah, I think that makes such a big difference.
Yes.
Like taking your time, getting married a little later, really making sure that your values are aligned. Better results.
Exactly. Everything is just being pushed a little bit later. Like the 20s are now the 30s.
I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah.
All right, well, the Detroit Lions will host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for Monday Night Football. Kickoff is at 7 o'clock tonight at Ford Field. Someone here has their Lions earrings on in support. Looking good with the blue dress.
It's subtle, right? But
it's
you
subtle,
just
but
gotta.
it works. You can't miss it, though. It's like so subtle, and it's the kind of subtle that you're like, wait, do you have Lions earrings
that
on?
real close. Yeah. But yeah, we got a little Lions love, and of course blue. But yeah, so we're playing the Buccaneers. They're 5-1, so they're one of the hottest teams in football right now. But the Lions are 4-2, so not too far behind. And I kind of like this because I feel like last year we had such an amazing record. And then it was like so much pressure going into the playoffs where I hope that maybe, you can win majority, lose some, and then you learn from those losses.
I agree. All the L's are just as important as the wins. They really are.
Yeah, as long as you make it into the playoffs.
That's right. That's right. I love how she explains sports. That's like way better than what I could have told you guys. Way better. Well,
we help each other out. You got a lot to explain to me.
Listen, I'd be like, Kim, so what was that exact? What happened?
And then if I don't know, I just call my husband.
There you go.
He'll tell me.
Well, a former NFL star was spotted shopping small in Detroit. We love this. This is so exciting. Take a look.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
Jason Kelsey.
Yes.
Shopping at the All Things Marketplace in Detroit.
So cool. So if you don't know, Jason Kelsey is part of the Monday Night Football crew on ESPN. So he's in town for tonight's game. What I'm wondering is, he's getting something for himself. Is he picking up his future sister-in-law some gear, some Detroit gear?
It could be.
Taylor Swift.
It could be. This is so bad. And Jason Kelsey, forgive me. God forgive me. I was like, you mean Travis Kelce's brother? You know?
Yeah.
Because he is, but he has his own identity, his own family, his own accolades and everything.
But I definitely feel like because of the whole relationship, he got even more famous.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we're like, that's just how it works in
That's
the
just
Taylor
how
Swift
it works.
world.
And even among siblings, you have siblings, I have siblings.
Yes.
It's always like, oh, Kimmy, that's so-and-so's sister. You know what I mean? I was always known as my sister's sister, not my own person so much.
Now you're showing them.
I'm telling you.
But I love that he visited that shop. That's a great shop with not just Lion stuff, but so much like Detroit home-based gear. So just giving him a look of what's here in Detroit now.
That's right. I hope he loved it and appreciated it. All right, well, coming up on Live in the D, don't miss our special Music Monday guest who is combining classical skills with modern technology to create a unique musical performance.
Plus, the price of gold is at an all-time high. That means your old necklace or broken bracelet sitting in your drawer, well, it could be worth a lot of money.
That's right. Our sponsor, Tappers, will join us with details on how to turn that forgotten gold into some cold, hard cash. That is coming up after the break.
Live in the D's Daily Jams are sponsored by Tubby Sub Shops, Detroit's original steak and cheese since 1968. Today's Live in the D is sponsored in part by Tappers. Tell us your story.
Right now, gold prices are higher than they've ever been. And that means old jewelry sitting in your drawer, even broken pieces, could be worth a lot more than you think.
And here to break it all down is Mark Tapper, the CEO of our sponsor, Tappers, one of Michigan's leading experts in gold and jewelry valuation. Mark, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's really a pleasure to be here with you.
Yeah, you have us reevaluating our whole lives and what we should do with our jewelry.
But it's an important conversation because a lot of us, you know, times are tough right now. You may need some extra cash, and that extra cash could be sitting in our jewelry drawers.
Of course, yeah. There's, you know, gold is at an all-time high. It's actually over 2 times the value of it was just in 2023. And it's not just gold, it's silver, it's other precious metals as well. And there's just a lot of values, sitting in people's drawers.
So what's driving this historic surge?
You want the nerdy economic, I didn't think I was going to give an economic lesson.
Yeah.
No, but in all seriousness, no, so many central banks from around the world are able to now use gold as a reserve currency. And so between that, them buying gold off from the market, and what's the word I'm looking for? And the dollar being softer or weaker in the economy, that's really pushed up the price of gold.
Not too nerdy.
Yeah, okay, well, it could go longer, but
it's all about the context.
Exactly,
It's all about
exactly.
the context. So now that we have a general understanding of why gold is so valuable right now, maybe there are people at home with some old jewelry or broken chains. How can they tell if what they have is actually valuable and even worth it to try to, connect with someone like you and actually sell it?
Of course. So many pieces of gold have like a little hallmark or stamping on it that indicates what the caratage is. But the truth is please feel free to come to any one of our 6 locations, give you a free evaluation. There's no obligation to sell, but they'll test and evaluate everything right in front of you and show you the pricing and weight on the scale and tell you what's real, what's not real.
Okay.
Also, another simple trick is if you take a little magnet, an item that is magnetic will not be gold. So so that's one way that can give you just a quick indication of that as well.
You're like, I actually don't have any gold.
Right. Possible.
Okay, so how does Tapper's Gold Exchange make it safe for anybody to exchange their gold?
Of course. So when we ask guests to come in, we encourage appointments, but anyone can walk in at any time.
Okay.
And then basically you'll sit with one of our gold buyers and they'll evaluate and assess. They'll take your gold, they'll first run that magnet that I told you over it, and then they'll test each individual piece and tell you what the caratage is, and so how much pure gold is actually in the piece, and then they'll weigh it for you and give you a price right there. And it's really amazing. I mean, we have people that walk in with little itty bitsy things from mismatched and broken pieces. A bag like this is between $350 and $500 right here. And then if you talk about something like this bag right here we just bought from a guest last week, she was like, oh, I haven't worn this since President Reagan was in administration. And I'm like, okay, it was $7,800. She said she was eating good that night, so that's the type of thing that we're seeing
that night and the rest of the year.
Yeah. Did I convince you now?
Yeah.
Okay, because during the break you weren't so sure. Yeah. It's really, it's not very much.
It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah.
It's just a few necklaces, a few chains, I should say. Wow.
This is less than the number of potato chips I put in my kids' lunch every morning. So.
Seriously.
What is the price of an ounce of gold?
An ounce of gold this morning, right before we went on air, was around $4,300 an ounce.
Wow.
Yeah. But that's for pure gold. That's 24 karat gold, and that's an ounce. Most people like something like this. This is broken down into grams, and most of this is 14 karat gold.
Okay, but you can still do really well.
Of course, and again, it's not just gold, sorry. It's also sterling silver, silver flatware. Something like this we bought from a guest a couple weeks ago, that was $1,400.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
So what kind of payout differences are you seeing now compared to just a few years ago? Because you say it's doubled?
It's doubled, yeah, exactly. And actually silver is even more than double than what we're seeing from just 2023. So it's at historic all-time highs. And in the last time we had a gold rush was around 2011, 2012. Gold hit $1,900 an ounce at that time. Now at $4,300 an ounce, it's just a really, really excellent time to take advantage of the market. And again, like I said before, I was kind of joking, but I was serious. If you have things laying around that you're not wearing, not using, it's an excellent time to create liquidity for yourself and just put a little extra cash in your pocket before the holidays.
Interesting.
And you mentioned the holidays. Why do you think that this is a really good time to trade this in?
Sure, because of the market and, again, everyone has bills to pay and things to buy for the holidays.
Oh, yeah.
I saw what the price of turkeys are going to be for Thanksgiving this year. So I just think it's a really, really, great time to liquidate and, have an opportunity. Again, if you're not using it. If you're using it and enjoying it and wearing it, I always encourage people to keep their items. But if not, it's a really great time to sell.
Especially I'm thinking about old silver sets that people have at home that have not been touched in God knows how long. So maybe this is the time to think about doing something differently.
I think that's a great observation, and I don't want to age you guys putting you in my same generation, but I know when my grandma tried to hand us down her silver set, our generation doesn't want silver. They don't want to clean it. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to, so it's an opportunity because silver is at around $52 an ounce. So it's much less expensive than gold, but it weighs a lot more. So you can get, big dollars out of it.
And when you think about the sentimental value there, you could get that money and then go buy something that you will wear or,
That's a great way to look at it, Kimmy.
Don't just put it in your,
Of course,
buy it on gas.
There's that, and also the other thing is from a sentimental value perspective, if grandma left you 5 pieces, maybe you keep the one that you love the most and you wear the most and get the most usage out of, and it's an opportunity that, you know, Grandma would allow you to sell the other 4 pieces for, you know, to help with something you've got going on.
Balance, it's all about the balance. That's a really good point. Buy something that you're going to really love and really wear. It's so true. Well, Mark, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, ladies, for having us, and if there's anything that we can ever do for you or the audience at home, we'd love to help.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark. This is amazing. Very useful information. Well, if you'd like more information about turning your gold jewelry into cash, visit tappers.com. You'll find details about their locations and how to set up an appointment. And again, that's at tappers.com. All right, friends, it's not a trick. Instead, it's a treat for pet parents and their pups.
Hear about the fun event that's helping your furry friends celebrate Halloween. Well, Halloween is going to the dogs, literally. From costumes to treats, your furry friends can enjoy the fall festivities during the 12th annual Grand Circus Dog Park Halloween costume party, and it's all happening on Saturday.
To give us a preview, we are joined by Laura Dean, the program director of the Downtown Detroit Partnership, and her lovely dog, Prudence. Welcome to both of you to Live in the D.
Hi, thanks for having us here. We're so excited, especially Prudence. She dressed up and made me wear my witch's hat today, too.
I mean, she's stealing the show. She really is. Prudence is a winner. But tell us about the upcoming Halloween costume party at Grand Circus Park.
Yeah, so this is our last Halloween event for the year, our dog park event for the year at Grand Circus Park. We do one every month, July through October, and they're totally free for the public to attend from 2 to 4 p.m. And this one is our Halloween costume contest. So all the dogs and their grown-ups get dressed up and come out and trick or treat, and there's DJs and prizes and all the fun stuff.
Oh, that is
and
so
howl
fun.
away the night.
I know.
Love it.
Sounds like fun and chaos all mixed together.
Yeah, well, you know, dog parents really love to like get out there and meet other dog parents and socialize. And Grand Circus Park is such a great park to do that. Downtown Detroit, there's so many residents who own dogs in that area.
That is going to be like so Instagrammable, like all the cute dogs. But what inspired the creation of Halloween, the costume party, and how has it really evolved over the last couple of years?
Yeah, so I mean, we definitely, as when the dog park first opened, you know, people were moving downtown with their dogs, and over COVID, that just like exploded. So this is our most popular event of the year. It's like always, you know, tons of people in the park having a great time. Getting their dogs some treats, getting some human treats, and it's just a great, you know, event for free activities outside.
I mean, as long as the dogs are as cute as Prudence, it's all good. But what kind of prizes can pet parents look forward to?
You know, we have a couple different prize packs. I think we have 6 different prize winners for us, but some Carhartt gear for the doggies, you know, Strategic Staffing Solutions presents all of these events and sponsors us, as well as Michigan Humane and Premier Pet Supply. So we have tons of great swag for humans and the dogs.
This is a legit dog party.
It is a legit dog party. I want to go.
So tell me, so Prudence, obviously, she decided on being a witch. I'm sure there's been some iconic dog costumes. Any that stick out to you that you remember?
I think someone had like their dog dressed up as like Chewbacca one time. You know, just like that really cute. Adorable costume. Everyone gets into like the theme with their dogs. My coworker did like Scooby-Doo and she was Velma or something.
Oh, that's really cute.
Very, very creative. I
feel like
that.
Even if you put like a sheet over your dog, like your dog as a ghost is still so cute.
It works, and everybody loves the dogs in costume. So let's talk about this. What kind of impact has the Grand Circus Dog Park and events like this had on community engagement in downtown Detroit?
Yeah, you know, the Downtown Detroit Partnership, we manage 18 public spaces downtown. We do 1,200 free events a year. So, you know, offering something for everyone, whether it's kids and families, whether it's, you know, going out to the beach at Campus Martius Park or even the dog park events, it just, you know, makes downtown inviting, welcoming place for everyone to come and enjoy some free activities.
Awesome. So great. And I feel like, you know, sometimes I feel like, I don't know if my dog can handle that around all the other dogs, but sometimes when he is in environments with a lot of dogs, he actually acts better because he sees like
peer pressure.
Yeah, he's
Peer
like,
pressure.
okay, well,
Doggy
he's
peer
acting
pressure.
like that, she's acting like that, I'm gonna be a good boy.
Okay.
So let everyone know exactly when and where the party is happening.
Yes, so it's this Saturday, October 25th from 2 until 4 p.m. at Grand Circus Park, which is right across from Comerica Park where the Tigers play.
That's awesome. Laura and Prudence, thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm all into Prudence.
I know. I just
think she's into you.
She's so cute.
How does she keep that hat on so well? She's so
adorable.
obedient.
Isn't she?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
And still to come on Alive in the D, it's Michigan, so you know the harsh, cold, icy, and snowy weather. It's just around the corner.
It sure is. Womp womp. But when we know that winter can do quite a number on your roof, are you prepared? Our sponsor, Mr. Roof, will join us with some important tips. That is after the break.
Today's Live in the D is sponsored in part by Mr. Roof. Done in a day, good for a lifetime.
Winter in Michigan can be tough, especially on your roof. So before the snow, ice, and freezing temperatures hit, it's smart to make sure that your home is ready for what's ahead.
Can't we just believe that that's not going to happen?
I know.
This video is giving me the chills. Even small issues now can turn into big, expensive problems once winter sets in. And here to share some expert advice on how to protect your home before the cold weather arrives is David Malsey, General Manager with our sponsor, Mr. Roof. David, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Very happy to be here. Yeah,
and so Mr. Roof has been serving Michigan for a long time, and so you know the importance of preparing for your roof before winter hits, which really is right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mr. Roof, we have been in the Metro Detroit community since the 1960s. So we actually brought a clip with us today of Ernie Harwell and Alan Trammell promoting Mr. Roof from way back in the day.
Oh,
so,
that's iconic.
yes, we have been here for many generations at this point. So about this time of year, we start going out in the community saying, hey, you need to inspect your roof. It's that time of year to really make sure it's ready for the freezing and thawing that's going to happen on the roof over the next couple months.
Because it is going to happen. It's better to be proactive than reactive.
Yes.
Yes.
So for someone watching at home, what can they look for before calling a professional? What are some telltale signs?
Yep, so they can start simple. They don't have to get up on the roof, nothing dangerous. They just
Because that's what I envisioned just there, so don't do that.
I know,
Okay,
right?
good.
Climbing up there. So they can visually look at their shingles, see if they're seeing any wear and tear, any shingles that may have moved out of place. I brought 2 samples here with me today. This is an older shingle. It's at least 10 years old at this point, and what you can see on here is some cracking. This is granular loss, so these little rocks on here, these stones are falling off, and the ability for this shingle to protect the roof is almost non-existent at this point. So once everything freezes on top of this shingle and starts to melt again, it's going to cause a lot of damage inside the home. So compared to a brand new shingle, you can see all the granules are securely on there, and they look ready to go for a cold winter.
Yeah, and they look compact. Like these feel like they've kind of
Yep.
separated, if that's the right word.
Yes, and it's very easy to see standing down, looking up.
Okay. Yeah. And then do you guys offer like a free inspection?
Yeah, so if you're just not sure, if your roof is maybe 10 years or older, call us. We'll come out for a free inspection. Absolutely.
Amazing.
Yes.
So what can you expect during that inspection?
Yeah, so during an inspection, we do a 21-point look at your roof. So we will be the ones to get up on the roof. We'll climb up there and take a look. We're looking for any damage from maybe hail or things falling down on top of the roof. We're looking for exactly this granular loss. We're checking all the caulking, everything, all of the boots, all of the flashing around chimneys, the gutters. We'll look inside of your attic. It takes us some time to really diagnose the roof and go over the entire thing, but then we sit down with the homeowner and we say, look, this is what we found, this is what's going on. Give some suggestions to make sure that roof is ready for the winter. We bring our products with us so we can show our entire roofing system to our customers at that time and talk about our warranties and all that good stuff.
So we get a really good sense of what we're going to get and what we need to do during that inspection.
Yes.
All right, so what would you say are some of the biggest mistakes that homeowners make when it comes to winter roof prep?
Yeah, so the biggest thing that we see all the time is customers just waiting too long. So you have to inspect it right now. This is the time of year to inspect it. If you wait, we see it all the time. We'll get a call in February or March from a homeowner who did not do that prep work, and the repair is costly. We're talking mold in the attic, drywall damage, stuff like that.
And then that's a lot of other things that you need to fix.
Yeah.
That price amount keeps going up.
Exactly.
Are you guys offering anything, like any deals for our viewers? Or
Absolutely, yes. So anyone that calls our store and mentions your station for here, they will be entered to win a free insulation upgrade.
Oh, wow.
So we'll come out and inspect their roof, and have them entered into that drawing for the insulation. The other part of that, anyone that buys a roof from us this winter, it also comes with free gutters, which is really big right now. So.
Okay, listen, get it all done.
Yeah.
Get it all done, friends. David, thank you so much for being with us on Live in the D.
Thank you so much.
pleasure.
Great offer.
Something to really think about.
Yes.
So if you would like more information or to schedule a quote, visit MrRoof.com, or you can call 1-800-4-MR-Roof. All right, still to come on Live in the D, it's a Music Monday performance that is quite unique.
Coming up next, the performer, his name is Dixon's Violin, and he blends classical skills with modern technology to create a sound that is inspiring and also relaxing. We'll be right back. Today's Music Monday takes us on a journey that's as inspiring as it is unexpected.
That's right. Dixon's Violin is a one-man symphony blending classical training with live looping to create sounds that mesmerize audiences.
He's been called the world's premier inspirational violinist, and his improvised performances have moved audiences at Burning Man, TED Talks, and concert stages around the country.
That's right. And now he is bringing that unique transformative sound right to our own backyards. And joining us to tell us about his upcoming performance and give us a preview of his show is Dixon's Violin. Thank you so much for being with us.
My pleasure. Happy to be here.
All right, well, let's get into it. So what inspired you to transform the traditional sound of the violin into something so unique and experimental?
Thank you. I actually got inspired by trying to get out of my head. I actually have a prior technology career, and I quit to follow my dream. And it's been very much about paying attention to my feelings and my heart. And that really led me to experiment musically. And so I started coloring outside the lines and I switched from an acoustic violin to an electric violin, and then I started playing with effects pedals, and I just was like a kid in a candy store. And I've been having a lot of fun experimenting and seeing what else is possible.
I mean, it's working for you, that's for sure.
And good for you for following your heart.
Thank you.
That takes confidence, and I'm sure it wasn't easy to do, but
not at all.
Seems like it is working well for you. So you have played on some incredible stages, from TED Talks to Burning Man. How does performing in Detroit compare to places like that?
I love performing in Detroit. This is actually, Detroit is where I found my voice. Like, the art community here is amazing.
It is.
There's really a lot of acceptance for being experimental here. Like, you can really push the boundaries here, and I love the support for that. So it really made me feel safe to really experiment and find my own sound. It's been amazing. I really love it.
You can push the boundaries more in Detroit than Burning Man?
Yes, in a way, you can.
Really?
Yeah, in a way. Because, like, at Burning Man, it's kind of expected that you're going to do something weird, for example.
Right.
Whereas in most cities, it's, no, that's not true. But in Detroit in particular, it's so welcoming. It's so nourishing here. It's really, the art community here, I love them. It's so good.
And we're also really honest, so they will let you know something is not working.
Yes.
But listen, your music has been described as transformative. How do you want audiences to feel, or what do you want them to take away from, the experience of one of your shows?
Yeah, my mission is to inspire people. Like, I want people to, like, step into their power, to know that they can do anything they set their mind to. I try to demonstrate something that is seemingly impossible, and the point is not that I'm doing the impossible. I want people to know that they can do the impossible. And I hope at the end of the show they've got a little tear in their eye, but they're smiling too.
That's awesome.
I know, I'm inspired. I haven't even heard you play yet, but just listening to you talk, so you just have that about you, which is really cool. For those who haven't seen you live yet, what can audiences expect from your upcoming performance here in Detroit?
Oh my gosh. Well, to describe it in words just isn't going to work. Like, you've got to experience it, you've got to hear it. I'm looking forward to giving a quick demo here.
All right. Well, we're going to get that. We're going to get that preview in just a second, but how can people get more information about your upcoming shows and follow you on social media?
Thank you for asking. So dixonsviolin.com has got all my shows, and I've got a show coming up this Sunday, October 26th at 4 p.m. at the Warren Community Center.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now, here is Dixon's Violin taking us to break with his original song, Grand Rising.
Tomorrow morning on Live in the D, that shooting pain in your lower back and leg, well, is it just back pain or could it be something more serious?
Well, nearly 40% of Americans experience sciatica at some point, and knowing the difference could be key in finding relief. That is tomorrow at 11 a.m. right here on Local 4.
I needed that segment during my pregnancy.
I remember poor Kimmy, boy, she
could barely
was a
walk.
trooper.
Yeah,
she was a trooper. Y'all didn't see it behind the scenes.
So that episode is also for you pregnant ladies out there who are having that back pain.
Yeah. All right. Well, now we know the next group of hosts who will be saying those famous words live from New York. It's Saturday night.
Actor Miles Teller is set to host SNL on November 1st with musical guest Brandy
Carlisle.
Sorry.
All good.
Carlisle.
Comedian Nikki Glazer. I love her. She's so funny.
Yes, she's hilarious. She is going to be live hosting her debut on November 8th with musical guests. Who is this guy? Somber, okay.
So will also be actor Glenn Powell's first appearance when he hosts on November 15th with musical guest Olivia Dean. And of course, you can watch SNL right here on Local 4 Saturday nights at 11:30. Great Monday show, Kim.
Great show. I'm excited for Olivia Dean. I love that song, Man I Need.
Sing it. Just kidding.
No.
Have a great day, everyone. You got it.
Live from downtown Detroit, Local 4 News at noon starts now.
New at noon, a hearing is set to get underway this afternoon in the case of a Hamtramck City Council member accused of election fraud. Thank you for joining us this noon. I'm Rhonda Walker. The Local 4 investigators have been digging into these allegations of election misconduct inside of Hamtramck City Hall. Last week, a judge determined that there is enough evidence to send Councilman Mohammed Hassan to trial. Prosecutors say that he forged an absentee ballot application and filed it under the name of Zarin Zoltana. A state police handwriting analysis confirmed that the signature was not hers. Hassan now faces felony charges, including election law forgery. Another council member, Mutasin Sadman, also facing fraud charges, and his preliminary hearing is scheduled for 1 o'clock today. Also here at noon, a major outage causing problems for Amazon Web Services. Within the last hour, Amazon says that it's once again experiencing network connectivity issues. So many online services were disrupted this morning, including Amazon Alexa, also Snapchat, your Ring doorbell camera technology. Amazon blamed the problem on its domain name system, which translates web addresses into IP addresses. By around 6 o'clock this morning, Amazon reported recovery across most services, but it does appear some disruptions are still happening. Happening right now, Detroiters are starting to pay their final respects to a prominent political trailblazer here in Detroit. Congresswoman Carolyn Keats Kilpatrick is lying in repose in Detroit at the Charles H. Wright Museum of African American History until 6 p.m. tonight, and the entire community is invited to pay their respects. The mother of former Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick died earlier this month at the age of 80. She was the first black woman on the House Appropriations Committee when she served in Congress for 14 years in Washington. Her funeral is on Wednesday at noon at Greater Emmanuel Church of God on the city's west side. Sheriff deputies make an arrest in the shooting of a businessman at his Macomb Township mansion. Video from a neighbor shows the moments deputies carried out a raid on Rivard Avenue in Warren over the weekend. Investigators say that they arrested a 32-year-old man involved in the attempted murder of gas station owner Eddie Jawad. Security video shows a suspect firing shots into Jawad's SUV in his driveway at 24 Mile last Tuesday, driving over his own front lawn to try to get away with gunshot wounds. The sheriff's office has not identified the person arrested and has not said how they are involved in the shooting. Jawad is recovering from his injuries. New details this afternoon after a deadly plane crash last week near Lansing. A spokesperson from Duncan Aviation says that the plane crashed during a stall flight, which is where pilots practice the aircraft stalling out in the air and then recovering. Our Priya Man is also learning more about the victims in the crash.
We mourn the loss of these victims today and in the future and send love and healing thoughts to their families.
The individuals have been presumptively identified as Francisco Javier Del Morel Jimenez, Rodolfo Pimentel Zamora, and Alvaro Espejo Rodriguez.
3 people from Mexico were killed in a plane crash on Thursday in Bath Township near Lansing. The victims were identified as 2 customer pilots and a maintenance representative from Duncan Aviation. One of the biggest challenges for first responders was where the plane crashed.
It was a very wooded, very secluded area. It was a significant distance off the road. It was not accessible by even 4-wheel drive trucks. We actually had to use saws and manpower to blaze a trail all the way back to even access the site itself.
The FAA and the NTSB are coordinating the investigation. At a press conference Sunday, officials said federal workers on site are not currently being paid due to the government shutdown.
I would encourage Congress and the President to reopen the federal government so that communities like ours can get the full support that we need, and so that federal employees are getting the paycheck for the work that they are doing.
I'm Priya Man, Local 4.
The township supervisor says that he has been in contact with the victims' families and assured them that first responders took the best care possible of their loved ones in the face of this tragic ordeal. As the fragile ceasefire in Gaza between Israel and Hamas continues, both sides are accusing each other of ceasefire violations. NBC's Matt Bradley has the latest from Tel Aviv.
Well, after 10 days of that ceasefire being in place in the Gaza Strip, now it looks shakier than ever. It is really facing its biggest challenge after that hard-won negotiations by the Trump administration to impose peace on the Gaza Strip, free those remaining 20 living hostages, and about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees. Now, this exchange of fire, 5 different incidents over the past 24 hours, has really shaken confidence that this ceasefire will actually proceed from its first phase to its second phase. And really, all of these shooting incidents where we've seen Israelis firing at Palestinians who the Israelis say have breached the so-called yellow line to which the Israelis had withdrawn as part of Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan. As part of this ceasefire deal, they said that 2 Israeli soldiers had been killed in the southern Gazan city of Rafah. But amazingly, both sides have said they are going to continue to observe this ceasefire. And the Israelis have said that they're going to continue to allow aid into the Gaza Strip through the Kerem Shalom crossing and other crossings. So it looks as though, despite this real rattling of this ceasefire, that it looks as though we're actually going to see it continue. And this is obviously a major concern to the United States and the Trump administration, who really took the lead in negotiating this. But it's not the only problem that the ceasefire is facing. The Israelis are complaining that 16 bodies of the 28 hostages who had been slain still remain in the Gaza Strip. Now, Israeli media is reporting that 1 body could be coming out again tonight, but this has also caused lots of tension between the Israelis and Hamas. The Israelis saying that these are clear violations of the ceasefire, but now we're seeing Donald Trump's main envoys, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, are in Israel, and actually it sounds as though they're going to be meeting with some family members of those remaining slain hostages. These negotiations are going to be crucial, not just to resolving what's happened over the last 24 hours, but to bringing this ceasefire to its second phase and maybe a more permanent peace. Matt Bradley, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Time is running out to register to vote across the state, both online or by mail, for the November election. Today is the last day to register online or by mail if you plan to vote on Election Day. Make sure that your registration is up to date before the deadline. Early voting runs October 25th through November 2nd. Election Day is November 4th. Michigan drivers are getting an early holiday gift at the pump. Gas prices across the state have dropped to their lowest level since 2021, with the average now at $2.79 a gallon. That is 13 cents less than last week and nearly 50 cents cheaper than last year. In Metro Detroit, drivers are paying $2.84 a gallon. Experts say if oil prices and demand keep falling, prices at the pump could drop even further. Are you ready for some Monday Night Football? Shaping up to be a big night in downtown Detroit as the Lions prepare to take on the Buccaneers in prime time. A live look at Ford Field, where the Lions return for the first home game since September 28th. The Bucs enter red hot. They have the best record in the NFC at 5-1. The Lions will be without most of its starting secondary on the defensive side for this game. Kickoff is set for 7 p.m. Hobie will be live at Ford Field when you join us for the beginning first at 4. So good luck to the Lions. And we do want to turn our attention now to the weather, as of course we know many tailgaters will be out and about downtown ahead of the game. As we take a live look at the beautiful lake in Belleville, here's Ashley.
Well, after a very soggy Sunday, we're drying things out, welcoming back that sunshine through the afternoon, along with seasonal temperatures. And so we'll be in the low 60s later on today. Great day to get outside, as we will have some more rain building its way back in over the next couple of days. And that will also usher in a cooler air mass behind that. But as we look at where we're at compared to where we should be, pretty seasonal through your Tuesday, and then temperatures will be falling anywhere from about 5 to 10 degrees below average as we're rounding out the work week. So sunshine today. You want the sunglasses through the afternoon, brisk with rain through midweek, and then we'll be trending below average later this week. We're going to break down the forecast plus the timeline of the rain coming up in your full forecast.
All right, Ashley, thank you. The battle over a new Sheetz gas station in Livonia is going to heat up again tonight. Ahead at noon, residents prepare to face off with developers at City Hall. But first, overcrowded kennels and overwhelmed officers and dogs with nowhere to go. Now Warren's Animal Control is reaching out to the community for help. Welcome back, everybody. The city of Warren is asking for help as its animal control officers are being overwhelmed by the overpopulation of animals coming in, several a day. Their kennels are not large enough. Shelters aren't taking the dogs from the kennels, and it is truly become a real problem of overcrowding. And as Nick Monticelli reports, they need your help.
Hey, Rocky. Hi, buddy. What a good boy. Rocky is a friendly, energetic pit bull who has been stuck in kennels underneath the Warren Police Department for 7 weeks, found after being neglected.
He was found about 15 pounds underweight in skin and bones.
Today, he is much healthier and lives next to his kennel neighbor, Ace. They were the two dogs inside when we visited Warren Animal Control in the morning. But by the end of the day, the 10 kennels here will look like this, full, and that's every single day. Officer Austin Tomlin says that is because the number of stray dogs in Warren has dramatically increased.
On any given day, it could be anywhere from 2 to 6 that we could get a call for to come get a dog.
Every single day?
Every single day.
Why? Lieutenant John Gajewski says a lot of people got dogs during COVID. Now people are back to work, money is tighter, and they might not be able to take proper care of their dog. So some, as heartless as it is, abandon their dog, not knowing there's help available.
If you're struggling with getting resources, food, bedding, certainly immunizations, that's not cause to abandon your dog, right? If you reach out to us, we have opportunities available to get you some resources. We do low-cost veterinary immunizations, we do microchipping at events.
And Warren does not euthanize animals just to make space. They rely on shelters, which are also pretty full. Is there a solution to this? How do we fix the problem?
More rescues that would be willing to step up and help us, because we can call up to 40 to 50 within 2 hours, and everybody says they're full. We go as far as 2-3 hours away just to place one dog.
You're driving up to 3 hours per dog to drop them off and find them a place to go?
Yes, sir.
So more shelters and rescues pitching in would help, but Warren also needs more volunteers. The dogs only get to leave these cages 3 times a day.
If somebody was here, the dogs definitely need more attention than we're able to give them. He's in the kennel all day. He hasn't actually known a good life since he's been here.
More shelters, more volunteers. There are solutions to Warren's problems if people are willing to help.
If you're interested in animals, are passionate about animals, want to help, can help, whether it's volunteering to walk the dogs once a day, that's a weight off of our animal control shoulders. If you're a shelter out there and can offer some sort of resources, that's a weight off our shoulder.
Well, hopefully you can support. And for volunteers, you have to be at least 18 years of age or older. That was our Nick Monticelli reporting. The city says that they do have resources available. So if you are not able to care for your animals, don't just abandon them. The city can help. Even though they're experiencing overcrowding, they don't turn those dogs away. Happening today, the sheet saga continues in Livonia as the city council is once again taking up a rezoning ordinance during their planning commission meeting that's happening tonight at 7. This comes after the city rejected a proposed location of the gas station at 8 Mile and Newburgh. Now the owner and seller are looking to appeal the decision. Residents have pushed back on the idea and plan to make their voices heard again at tonight's meeting. Again, it starts at 7 p.m. at the City Hall Auditorium. Still to come, another check of your weather as we take a live look at blue skies over downtown Detroit.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Have you had your mammogram yet this year? The Detroit Health Department I Decide Clinic is hosting a free breast cancer screening event tomorrow, and I'm inviting you to join me if you are overdue for screening. I am. I'll admit that. They are offering free clinical breast exams on Tuesday from 11 a.m. to 3 at the Health Department on Mack Avenue in downtown Detroit. Carmanis will also schedule mammogram appointments on the spot for the next day if you need one. And help for people without insurance to get free mammograms will also be offered. So meet me at the Detroit Health Department at 11 a.m. tomorrow to get screened together. And for more incentive, there's also giveaways, light refreshments, and educational information. Here's Ashley.
Now, forewarned weather with Exact Track 4D.
It was a soggy end to the weekend. I don't have to tell you that twice, but boy, we've turned things around today. Sunshine sticking with us along with seasonal temperatures, at least for today, because then it becomes a little more turbulent midweek. Rain will reappear along with some gusty winds, and so scattered showers in the forecast, and it'll be brisk. Also cooler air filtering in behind it as we round out the work week. So changes in store. Hourly forecast for the rest of the day, 63 the high temperature this afternoon with plenty of sunshine, so you need the sunglasses if you're going to be out and about and enjoy the blue skies. Let's call them Honolulu blue. We have the Lions playing tonight, Monday Night Football, 7 o'clock kickoff at Ford Field, doing some tailgating in downtown Detroit, planned for low 60s under clear skies. Beautiful for this point in October. And then as you leave Ford Field, about 51 degrees, and it'll be pretty clear at that point, and so you'll need that extra layer, but at least you don't need the rain gear for today. We will start to need the rain gear tomorrow, and with the rain chances begin to bring in some cooler temperatures by the time we hit Wednesday and Thursday. Tomorrow is still pretty seasonal, but we will drop about 10 degrees the day after that. So clouds and radar as we zip through the rest of the day today, clear, but we start to track some rain chances before daybreak tomorrow, maybe 4 or 5 a.m. as this pushes west to east, and then it'll be out of here briefly closer to 9 o'clock. So you'll be contending with some wet weather as you're driving to work tomorrow during the morning rush hour drive. Scattered rain chances begin to develop once again, though, around 4 o'clock. So the lull brief as you might contend with a little more rain for the drive home in the evening, but not quite as widespread. It's more of the scattered variety for the later part of the day. And we still hold on to rain chances come Wednesday. Here's a broader view, putting the fronts on just to kind of illustrate the mechanisms bringing the rain. And so you see that cold front pushes the rain across the area in the morning. We get some more rain wrapping around it later on in the evening. But then as that low sinks down from Canada, bringing that trough, that will continue our rain chances into Wednesday before we start to fizzle that out. Now you might have a little lingering shower early Thursday, but the rest of the day should be dry. So if you're heading to East Lansing this weekend, I don't have to tell you twice, it's rivalry week. Michigan and Michigan State in action in East Lansing, 7:30 kickoff, which means we'll be in the 50s for tailgating, but falling into the 40s throughout the game under mostly clear skies, but dry. Will Halloween remain dry? Well, it's still too far out to lock that in, but I will show you some data as far as how we're trending. So we're 11 days out from Halloween, and Climate Prediction Center keeping the temperature trend above average through Halloween. However, precipitation also trending a little bit above average. Now that's an overall outlook, not a single day. So we'll fine tune it. But as you know, it always seems to be cold and rainy on Halloween. So let's see if we can change that this year. Otherwise, low 60s through tomorrow, falling 10 degrees Wednesday. We'll hold on to those 50s for highs for the remainder of the week and the weekend, and even some overnight lows tumbling into the 30s.
Thank you, Ashley. The NBA returns to NBC tomorrow night, and the network is rolling out the red carpet. Ahead at noon, the rock-solid tribute to the NBA's 30 teams, including the Pistons. Well, that's Finally here at noon, the NBA is getting the rock star treatment at 30 Rock in New York. 30 artists worked on these round ball rocks outside of NBC's New York headquarters. Detroit artist Allison Sims worked on the Piston rock that's displayed at 30 Rock. The display is part of NBC's celebration as the network welcomes back the NBA on NBC tomorrow night. After the celebration, each rock will head home to be displayed in the city's here in the city. So there you see the Detroit one. It looks pretty awesome. You can watch NBA's return to NBC tomorrow night right here on Local 4. It's the Thunder and the Rockets and Golden State and LA are the games you'll be able to see. Not the Pistons until Wednesday. Have a great day, everybody.